Hello. Okay. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your presence here for our flagship event, 5th Globalized Education Forum. I'm here just to announce that the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, is already amongst us present in this hotel for this event, and he is also our chief guest. We will start the program shortly in another 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
More about how we can help you, visit www.trigen.com.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And with this, we start our flagship program, Fifth Globalized Education Forum now. Towards the same, may I call upon the dignitaries present today. May I call upon our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, to please come up for the lamp lighting, sir. May I call upon our chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, of the ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education, also the MD of Techno India Group, to please come up for lamp lighting. May I call upon our summit chair, Professor Malvika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, please come up for lamp lighting. May I call upon Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, to please come up on stage for lamp lighting. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal and all the, Mr. Pillai, all our noted speakers and dignitaries who are present here. May I call you to come up and complete the formalities of lamp lighting. Mr. Yasuhiro Yonehara, may I request you to join for lamp lighting.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you so much for doing the honors of opening the auspicious flagship summit of Indian Chamber of Commerce. Now, may I request the dignitaries and my respected speakers for the inaugural session to please come up on stage. May I request my chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, to please come up on stage for his speech. May I request Professor Malvika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, to please come up on stage. May I request Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, to please come up on the dais. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, to please come up on the dais. May I request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Member ICC National Expert Committee, and CEO Heritage Group of Institution, to please come up on the dais to start the program. May I now request Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary once again to please complete the honors of felicitating our honorable chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India. Thank you so much for coming. We are honored, sir. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, we are glad to welcome all of you on the event of 5th Globalized Education Forum, organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has been organizing this event for the last 4 years with effective discussions on various aspects of education. This year, the forum has been organized on the theme of internationalization of Indian higher education. We are obliged for all of your presence and we expect it to be a success. We have virtual speakers also in the inaugural who are addressing us. I would request my IT team to please check if our Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal is online for the welcome address.
Uh, Mr. Jinder, sir?
Mr. Abhyuday Jindal is already online. We are just trying to connect him for the welcome address. He's the Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Very good morning, sir. Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce. May I now request you to please deliver the welcome address, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I welcome you all, the speakers, the delegates, and the audience to this event. On behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, I am pleased to welcome Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Dr. Raj Kumar Ranjan Singh Ji to the forum. Dr. Ranjan, ICC feels truly privileged to engage with you on various matters of interest and concern. Thank you for your continued guidance and support to us throughout. I'm also grateful for the august presence of Vice President of Association of Indian Universities and the Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, Professor G.D. Sharma Ji, Summit Chair and Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University, Professor Malvika Sarkar Ji, CEO and Director of Trigen Technologies, Mr. Dilip Hanumara Ji, Chairman of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, and Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary Ji, and member of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, and CEO Heritage Group of Institutions, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal Ji. Thank you all for being here. Globalization of higher education has brought remarkable changes in cross-border education. Attracting a large number of international students has been a consistent focus area for the education sector, which is now in a rapid phase of growth. India has one of the largest and most diverse inclusive higher educational systems in the world. Keeping this in mind, the Government of India has taken various steps and launched ambitious programs like the Pan-Africa Project, UGC Infotech, and the e-Journal Consortium. Country is committed to enhancing its higher education and infrastructure facilities. India's biggest strength is its multicultural environment, which exposes students to a myriad of perspectives, paving the way for holistic education. All these efforts have contributed to establishing the Indian higher education system as one of the best in the world. This growth story comes with its own set of challenges, and I'm glad that the government has established commissions and committees to identify the problems and propose solutions to strengthen the quality of higher education in India as and when necessary. The COVID-19 pandemic posed one such major challenge for educational institutions, but also created opportunities for innovation and opened the gates for globalization. Pandemic-induced border closures and movement restrictions necessitated the foray into digital forms of learning. But this has mitigated the problem only partially. Penetration of digital learning infrastructure needs to be a focus area for further development in the sector. Higher education in interdisciplinary areas like quantum technology, data science, cyber physical systems, and other such niche subjects is fast emerging as India's strength. The unavailability of such specialized programs in the neighboring countries makes India the most viable contender to play the role of Vishwa Guru and welcome students from subcontinent and beyond. India witnessed the launch of a path-breaking national education policy in July 2020, with a major focus on developing employable and skilled labor force through recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. It's promising to see that the policy focuses on globalization of higher education systems in India. A key tenet for its success rests on the formalization of research and teaching collaborations by exchange of faculties and students with the best-in-class foreign institutions across the globe. Indian universities have now been put at the center of such global alliances, backed by necessary policy framework. Such exchanges will impart a much-needed impetus to collaborative research on topical subjects, thus facilitating mutually beneficial processes necessary for cutting-edge research and innovation. The success of radical initiatives requires a clear action plan with enshrined targets and timelines to become meaningful, realizable goals of the Indian educational system. I am sure that the government and the industry will work together towards this vision. Combined with an ambitious aim to achieve a gross enrollment ratio, GER, of 50% by 2025, such partnerships at the global scale will go a long way in realizing the full potential of India's demographic dividend. With long-standing dedication to high-quality education, the ability to scale quickly to meet the growing demands of large populations, and the power of big cohort of qualified academics, India is well placed to bring forward its educational might to the world. I'm confident that this vision will become a reality sooner than we think. Thank you all for being here.
I think if we have a bigger applause, there'll be a brighter morning. Thank you. I thank Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for his welcome address. May I now request Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, to please deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Raina. Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, Professor Malavika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, Sri Pradeep Agrawal of Heritage Group, and respected dignitaries of the dais, all academicians, chancellors, vice chancellors of different group of institutions and universities, and friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. And it is a great honor for me to take the opportunity to speak on the occasion of 5th Global Education Forum organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. I would extend my thanks to the entire team. Friends, we are, after COVID situation, we are in rapid changing situation, and entire education system is changing very fast. And in this context, in this, our Globalized Education Forum, the theme of this forum, Internationalization of Indian Higher Education, is rightly apted today. The internationalization of higher education can be beneficial in sustaining and all-round development through dynamic academic exchanges and building social and economic capacity in developing countries, the Western universities are establishing powerful international network and association to mobilize aptitude and ability in favor of transfer of knowledge, advanced policies, and global research for enhancing investment and measuring impact. Positive aspects of internationalization include improved academic quality, internationally oriented students and staff, and national and international true citizenship for students and staff from underdeveloped countries. For developed countries, revenue generation and brain gain are potentially benefited. An impact of globalization on education is the urgency to develop a skilled workforce at all levels to meet the demands of increasing business environment. Instead of its traditional role of providing education as a welfare measure, the state is required to facilitate privatization and deregulation in education in order to enhance the quality of education and betterment of students. This is the main crux of national educational policy of 2020. Globalization affects different sectors of society, including higher education, as it has intensified the mobility of ideas and people in this sector. In order to get benefit from the global trend, many educational institutions are trying hard to establish agreements and collaborations with regional, international, and even intercontinental universities during past 2 decades. The scope of internationalization of higher education has taken on various degrees of interests and areas of focus ranging from traditional study abroad programs, taking courses at colleges or universities in order to countries through internet or face-to-face arrangements. In Indian context, the world is rapidly aging, we all know, but in India, we are still young. In the next few decades, India will be a talent powerhouse and the largest contributor to the global workforce. There is no denying the extraordinary opportunity. According to a report, if India's demographic dividend is productively employed, growth prospects will brighten, helping it to leapfrog its GDP from the current 3 trillion to 9 trillion by 2030 and 40 trillion by 2047. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country in 2023. India has a historical legacy of being home to some of the world's most renowned centers of knowledge and learning in higher education during ancient times, with manifold international engagements. But the scenario has changed drastically over time. At present, India's higher education system is the world's largest in terms of number of institutes and second largest in terms of enrollment after China. Despite this, Indian higher education is struggling to address the issues related to quality, efficiency, and international competitiveness. India has been the second biggest sources for outbound students after China and spends about $15 million per annum. The inbound students, on the other hand, is just 4.35% of the total outbound students. India, in the recent past, has initiated a radical transformation in higher education and established several regulatory incentives to support and mobilize the process of internationalization of higher education. The internationalization of education facilitates in engendering the international characteristics. Government of India has introduced Foreign Educational Institution Bill 2000 10. To regulate the entry and operation of foreign educational institutions seeking to impart higher education. The bill ensured that every foreign educational institutions intending to operate in India has to be notified as a foreign educational provider by the central government on the recommendation of the registrar, the secretary of the University Grants Commission. With the vision of increased internationalization of higher education in India, University Grants Commission has formulated these guidelines for internationalization of higher education within the framework of National Education Policy 2020, focusing on a skilled workforce that will be ready to be employed after completion of studies. These guidelines will provide a broader roadmap and enable the higher education institutions in transforming the higher education system in critical areas of internationalization. India's ancient heritage and presence of Indian diaspora in these regions certainly help strengthen India's perception as a hospitable host country and provider of quality higher education. Further, the prevalence of English as the medium of instruction and relatively low tuition fees and cost of living strengthen the country's stature as host country. It has emerged that these regions have relied on the Indian higher education system to enhance their human capital base and create knowledge networks. And friends, this is the age of synergies and collaboration. And I sincerely believe that it is the time for all education providers, statutory authorities, industry members, and the government and the policymakers to come together and work together. Additional special focus needs to be put on the development of students and giving them global exposure. I'm sure that the Globalized Education Forum 2020 will prove to be a great platform for all of us and to take a place to work together towards promoting internationalization of Indian higher education. Thanking you all, and I wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary. May I request our summit chair, Professor Malubika Sarkar, also the Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University, to now please come up on the podium and deliver the theme address, theme of internationalization of Indian higher education. Professor Sarkar, thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. Honorable Minister, sir, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished members of the audience. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to be here today. Good morning to everyone, and many thanks to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak. As we assemble on this beautiful winter morning, on the last day of November, let us ask ourselves why it is of critical importance for us today to focus on the theme of internationalization of Indian higher education. To get into the heart of the matter, it is useful to recall some lessons from history. Higher education is fundamentally about knowledge creation through research and knowledge transmission through teaching. Higher education is all about knowledge, and knowledge travels. If we should chart the significant moments of human history that witnessed the exponential development of learning and culture and knowledge, we will find that these are moments when the boundaries of nations were breached, when scholarship took its path across nations, thereby acquiring a character that we would today label international. One such moment was the fall of Constantinople in 1453, an event that marked the moment of transition from the medieval world to the early modern world. As the Ottoman culture invaded and took over Byzantium, Greek scholars fled westward to Italy, carrying with them books and manuscripts. This crossing of boundaries and traveling across nations marked the first steps towards the great movement called the Renaissance. Over the next 2 centuries, travelers from Arabia, Egypt, and Greece made their way to Italy and other countries of Europe, an early and significant instance of internationalization of learning. Our focus here, however, is not the international transmission of knowledge through individuals or even institutions such as the Florentine Academy of the 15th century or Gresham College in London in the 17th century. Our focus is on what has today become a critical project of national importance worldwide and planned strategic development for major universities of the world, the internationalization of higher education. Nearly 500 years after the fall of Constantinople, today in the 21st century, modes of travel have changed, but internationalization is still a matter of awareness of national identities and boundaries, and the conviction that there is a need to move beyond. The IT revolution has completely changed the knowledge landscape. A vast array of information, online courses, ebooks and journals are all available through the smartphone in one's hand. It might almost seem that the days of the brick and mortar university are over. But that is not so. Education is not just the imbibing of information. Mentorship that teaches how to think critically, how to relate disparate fragments of knowledge into a cohesive understanding, and how minds are to be opened to the excitement of research. This cannot be achieved at the highest level virtually. Equally important is the experience of other cultures that a university with internationalization can provide. Internationalization, therefore, has to envisage inbound and outbound movement. The movement of students, researchers out of India, and the inflow of students and researchers into India, then faculty, and then institutions. There is a wide spectrum to internationalization in higher education. A, there is the matter of student exchange. B, international faculty. C, research collaborations. D, international partnerships and MOUs. These are critical steps in this journey. And now, more ambitiously, overseas campuses in both directions. These and many other dimensions of internationalization, I'm sure, will come up during the discussions today. The panels that we have for today will be looking into setting the context for India and the world, and why this is the critical moment to do so. A second panel will look at effective strategies of internationalization for India. And a third will look at India as a higher education destination for the world. I'm sure there would be vibrant discussions within each panel. We look forward to these discussions. Let me conclude by reminding you about the critical points on internationalization raised in the NEP, the National Educational Policy 2020. NEP talks about international dimension to curriculum and offerings to develop global citizens. And this indeed is a very, very critical point if we are to be leaders in the world. NEP also talks about flexible credit recognition and training arrangement, and information and communication technology, ICT-based internationalization. This opening of minds, opening of boundaries is there consistently in the NEP document. And then what perhaps we are more familiar with, academic and research collaboration. And interestingly, international brand building, also establishing a centralized office for global affairs. Not every university has this, but this should become mandatory following the NEP guidelines to enable effective internationalization. Also, monitoring and assessment of internationalization. Finally, with all of this in mind, let me share with you some personal convictions with which I think you will all agree. I admit the fact that the financial imperative is a very strong one. Universities and institutions cannot survive and prosper without generous funding. I admit also that the best universities in the world offer courses tailored to fit the fee-paying international students. This is a hard reality that we cannot deny. But this does not take away from the fact that the major incentives for internationalization for the best universities emerge from compulsions other than financial. Firstly, higher education needs the diversity of students from different cultures and different nations. This enables the experience of incoming students as well as home students to be enriched. Student exchange is the best means of creating citizens of the world. Equally enriching is the experience of having international faculty. Secondly, on the point of international research collaborations. International research collaborations with the sharing of facilities and the sharing of minds can truly produce cutting-edge research and publications. India, in my mind, has a wealth of intellectual resources. The performance of Indian students and faculty worldwide, including, of course, Ramanujan, has been excellent. What we have not had in India are comparable financial resources as in the universities, as in the top universities of the world, needed for infrastructure, equipment, libraries, and other facilities. So if there is to be collaborative research, then these facilities can be shared. that of the intellectual power of Indians in academia, and indeed the matching power, but also facilities in institutions across the world. We have also had regulatory restrictions of many kinds. NEP 2020 and recent changes in national policy have opened the door to opportunities. What is needed today is strategic thinking and the vision to create a model that will make India a higher education destination for the world. I look forward to the day's deliberations. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Professor Malabika Sarkar, who has relentlessly helped us come to this position today to draft the theme, to gather all speakers, to ideate for this program. Once again, Professor Sarkar, thank you so much for everything and for your deliberations for the theme address today. May I now request our virtual speaker, Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies, to please deliver his special address. Trigen is also our partner today. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina ji.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Minister, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh ji, my dear esteemed guests on the dais and on the floor, and my dear colleagues. It is a privilege to be here in front of you today, and I'm humbled to be part of this timely conversation and dialogue brought together by Indian Chamber of Commerce on internationalization of higher education. Over the next few minutes, I'll bring to your attention how India, historically, culturally, digitally, and societally, at this time more than ever before, is primed and ready in shaping the next generation of learners to be truly global citizens. Last year, American government issued 89,000 visas to Indian students to study at US universities. That brought about $4 billion of revenue a year to the US universities. NEP 2020, under a public-private partnership with government policies guiding the higher education institutions in fulfilling the ambitions of a digital native generation, should be incentivized to retain and to bring in international students to Indian institutes. Historically and culturally, India always had plenty to offer to the wider world, from frameworks for physical and mental well-being to critical thinking, problem solving, and expression of free thought. Ancient universities like Takshashila, Nalanda, Kanchi, Ujjain, and many others were well recognized and attracted scholars both from East and Western parts of the world. What is culturally embedded in our upbringing, our way of life, is today studied and followed in many variations across the industrial and developed world. Higher education institutions bringing together our ancient frameworks with the scientific rigor and the pure joy of lifelong learning, combined with focus on research, will put our institutions at the highest of international standards, making them a destination for the global learners all over again. As the esteemed guests on the dais has pointed out earlier, India has a clear demographics advantage, with 65% of our population today below 35 years of age. They're all digital natives that communicate seamlessly with their peers across the globe. Digital has created a leveling playing field that puts Indian middle class at par with their global peers on the developed world. With the current smartphone users in India at more than 500 million and expected to reach 1 billion by 2030, will provide the same opportunity for every section of Indian society. The recent rush to adopt cloud and digital technologies globally opened up global opportunity for talent that only India's scale and higher education institutions can fulfill. This is well accepted today by global corporations. It is not a coincidence that Indian-born today lead global enterprises. They provide the well-needed mentorship, role model, and a path to follow for the Indian youth to succeed in global industry. Of course, none of this will be successful without quality teachers. Improving international exposure to our teachers and the quality of teaching should be taken up at war footing to meet the opportunity that is right in front of us today. In summary, Indian higher education institutions are at best climate than ever before to meet and lead the standards globally. I thank you all for giving this opportunity today. Namaste.
Mr. Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies, thank you so much for the special address. May I now request Professor G.D. Sharma, who is present amongst us today, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, to please come up for his special address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good morning to every one of you. On this 5th GEF 2022 Globalized Education Forum, Honorable Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Chief Guest of this function, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India. For the first time, we have a minister in higher education from Northeast, so we are really proud. And after he has become the Minister of Education, a number of things have changed in Northeast. The first Northeast Forum of Education was organized last year, 2020, where more than thousands of the experts from all over India have participated. And he has created a new dynamic change in the field of education. So thank you very much, sir, that you are here and very well known, a dynamic leader. We have Mr. Abhay Uday Jindal ji, who virtually delivered the welcome address, and Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Satya Chaudhary ji, Chairman, ICC, National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Professor Malabika Sarkar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University. Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies. Mr. Pradeep Agrawalji, Member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and CEO, Heritage Group of Institutions. We have our other Honorable Vice Chancellors, Professor Najma Akhtarji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia, Professor Raj Sekharanji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, former Director of NEC, and other Honorable Vice Chancellors, Chancellors, Professors, CEOs, and other dignitaries, representing industries. This gives me a great pleasure that the Association of Indian Universities has also identified for 2022-23 the theme for the annual VC's conference, the internationalization of higher education, transformative education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Before that, 5 zonal meetings are in the process. Recently, on 10th and 11th November, in Galgotia University, we had the meeting of North Zone Vice Chancellors, meeting on the internationalization of higher education. And the next meeting in the ICFI, the Northeastern Zone in Sikkim, will be held. And in this way, the pedagogies and other aspects, the infrastructure, the technology, all those in different zones, and ultimately in annual meeting will be held at University of Science Technology Meghalaya, will lead to a comprehensive approach of internationalization of higher education. Friends, as we know that National Education Policy 2020 is the first education policy of 21st century to provide an opportunity and to boost Indian higher education, which has been just mentioned that one of the largest in world and second largest in terms of the number of the students intake, to provide an opportunity to create an atmosphere where students can excel and they can be given opportunity to excel and become a global citizen. When we say global citizen, that means the thought processes has to be for assimilation of culture globally, also create the confidence among our youths that India has lots to give as it used to give to the world through the education, the wisdom, which create a sustainable, peaceful coexistence of society. A community-based society, not individual-oriented or individual growth of the person, but as a growth of together. And that is how the Indian internationalization of education aims, that we have to link this internationalization in 2 ways. That first of all, our GER has to increase. That means the horizontal growth is yet to take place. We are only having 27% GER. It has to go to 50% at least by 2035. That means still a number of institutions growth is required, as well as use of the resources which are there are need to be properly used, because many of our infrastructure is still underutilized. This is first thing. Second thing, the vertical growth, the emergence of those institutions which have potential, which have good infrastructure, they are making good research contributions and also making their name and fame world over, can also emerge as the place for the creative and competitive talent production. So that means we need to create different level of skilled personnel for our own nation, as well as to meet the global need. As has been mentioned, that being one of the country having maximum use of 25 or below 25 years of age, they need to be put in a right direction of education. This NEP 2020 creates those opportunities, provides more autonomy, both in terms of the content development, curriculum development, financial creation and management, as well as not work individually, but work in collaborative mode, utilizing the resources from other systems, both from government, state or central or private, as well as involve the industries to find out their need and also how the solution creating education can become one of the part. So far, we have been allowed only 40% of such option for the students through our regulation. The regulation coming from UGC, AICT, as we know that though AICT has been the first organization to create the internationalization in 2003, later on UGC, but now the recent one which has come out about the joint degree program or those training or such collaborative work allowing 100 best universities of India to establish campus here. Similarly, those universities having A+ or A++ grade can also establish campus abroad. But this needs more easy or light regulation, but tight. It says the light but tight. So the recent study shows that more than 1 million students go abroad. But the corona, the pandemic, has created a new thought process in the mind of youth, because they had to face a lot of problems. Similarly, the Russian war with Ukraine has created a lot of problems for those who had gone abroad. So they need to be provided facilities in those areas. So these areas, particularly the medicine, health science, computer science, good quality management studies, which are more related to health industries, which are more related to the IT industries and overall management, hospitality, etc., need to provide the manpower. Recently, the visit of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji to Northeast, a number of medical colleges have been in the process of establishment. It is for the first time that the vision to establish medical college at least in each district has come for the first time. In Northeast, for the first time, a private medical college is under the process is in the process of establishment in Manipur. The second private and government PPP model is coming up in Meghalaya. The government of Meghalaya and University of Science Technology Meghalaya, they are establishing the super specialty institution, medical college in Meghalaya. There is need now to come together to utilize the strength of industries to invite them also to invest in industries. They are either CSR or become the partner of these institutes, particularly in health sciences, because lot of money is required. To have a super specialty hospital and medical college, we need not less than 600 crores. And it is very difficult for a university to get, particularly private or even the government. So this is the area where we can attract the students, not only from our neighboring countries as we are having because of the fees, etc., but even higher fees can also be charged to sustain these institutions and also to remain competitive, because they need always input of the funding to remain competitive in these areas. Particularly, what we have seen, the youth, they have emerged as one of the driving engine in the artificial intelligence. And they are now creating the knowledge-based industry, particularly the incubators and also startup. And that is how India has emerged as one of the leading country in the world in startup. Recently, some of our universities in NIRF ranking, particularly Madam is sitting here, Jadavpur University, after Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, they are emerging within 5, within 10. That indicates that institutions of higher learning are coming up very fast. But certain areas which can give the better recognition, like yoga and Ayurveda, still needs the scientific and research oriented studies and institutions where collaboration is required. Though a number of Ayurvedic colleges are there, but I feel they are further required to have more molecular, biological, and the DNA barcoding or DNA-based studies. Such kind of the areas which could attract the students, particularly in our cultural diversity, the Indian history, and also the diaspora, the strength of diaspora, and peaceful coexistence, all these things can become one of the area of study. The National Credit Framework, which is going to come up shortly, when we get the regulation from UGC, will also provide opportunity to convert any activity which is we are conducting, which non-credit based, informally, as extracurricular activity, will provide opportunity to develop the course contents. What we have seen, that students, they are getting degree in engineering, but becoming famous in music. You may be remembering our Bharat Ratna from Assam, the famous lyrics musicians, Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. He did his PhD and all education in education, but he is not famous in the field of education. He is famous in the music, lyrics, and other things. Because he could not get opportunity to study as a part of music in the system of higher education, but his own learning has brought to a world famous level. So the self-learning has to be brought into the process of our higher education and provide opportunity to include the potential of the youths, even leadership. our honorable many leaders in political leaders, they are becoming leaders because of their own contributions, but no opportunity is given by the system of education. Is there any system where the course, 4-credit course, how to create the leaders that can become the part of our study system? These are the new areas which I feel will give opportunity to other youths of the countries, particularly our neighboring country, and through education, what we have the Act East policy can be made the functional, and also creating our good relationship with the neighboring countries. So not taking much time, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. Now, I would request our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. Sir, kindly come up on dais and give us your address.
Mr. Abhyuday Jindalji, Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Shyam Roy Chaudhuriji, Chairman ICC, National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Chancellor, and Sister Nivedita University. Professor Malvika Sarkarji, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, Mr. Dilip Hanumarji, CEO and Director, Triagon Technologies, and my senior colleague, Professor G.D. Sharmaji, Vice President, AIU, and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and Mr. Pradeep Agrawal, member of ICC, National Expert Committee on Higher Education Training, and CEO, Heritage Group of Institutions. The guests in the audience who have joined online or offline, my good morning to all. It is my pleasure to be here today. It is my privilege and honor to deliver a few words on 5th Globalized Education Forum organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. I see that theme of this summit is internationalization of Indian higher education. Internationalization of higher education is a process of integrating an international, intellectual, or global dimension into the purpose, function, or delivery of higher education and international competitions for the benefit of foreign students, building an impactful international reputations. With internationalizations and competition, innovation and highly skilled professionals have assumed core importance along with productivity and efficiency of the students. Different parameters, standards, and instruments are being invented day in, day out, and being used to test the education system in a country, as well as different stakeholders of education. Accordingly, transparency, accountability, educational institutions, and faculty are being put to test and being asked to perform according to the global standard. Globalization of education has effectively changed the society from industry-based society to information-based society. The biggest challenge globalization offers is to envisage the betterment of the whole world and its citizens, not limiting one to the restricted geographical boundaries. Current need is to make Vasudev Kutumbakum, the Indian ethos of yesteryears, the mainstream once again to think and act globally. India, as a Vrishaguru during the ancient time of Takshashila and Nalanda, in order to ensure sustainable growth, National Education Policy 2020 has been brought with the vision that India takes the role of Vishwaguru. NEP 2020 is all about facilitating research, teaching, collaboration, mutually beneficial MOUs with foreign countries, encouraging high-performing Indian universities to set up campuses in other countries, setting up of international student office at each higher education institution for welcoming and supporting students arriving from abroad, counting credits acquired in foreign universities wherever appropriate as per requirement of each higher educational institution, and introducing courses in subjects such as ideology, Indian languages, Ayush, system of medicine, yoga, art, etc. The government is proactive to achieve the above-mentioned objectives contained in the National Education Policy 2020, and several initiatives have already been taken. At the government-to-government level, Ministry of Education has signed MOUs, education exchange programs with counterpart in various countries. In this regard, MOU has been recently signed with Norway for cooperation in higher education. Also, an MOU with UAE for educational collaboration has been recently approved by the cabinet and will be signed soon. Bilateral visits to Australia led by Education Minister and the 6th Australia-India Education Council meeting were organized recently to ensure smooth mobility of students and professionals across the country. MOU with United Kingdom on mutual recognition of qualifications have been recently signed. A joint task force for mutual recognition of qualification with Australia has been set up to develop a framework for mutual recognition of education or educational and skill qualification. A regular engagement is being continued with the ministerial organization like BRICS, CSO, G20, Arab League, African Union, IORA, SAC, BIMSTEC, etc., for strengthening educational collaboration with foreign countries as a group. Very recently, the Asian University Consortium has signed more than 10 universities of the Southeast Asia, and the coordinator is the Vice Chancellor of the Nalanda University. Our education Ministry participate in G20 education working group meeting and education ministers meeting. Bilateral meetings with the Education Ministry of Indonesia, Singapore, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, and South Africa were also held on the sideline. A decision was taken to form joint working groups with Ministry of Education of these countries to take forward the educational cooperation agenda forward. Engagement with international organizations such as United Nations and UNESCO is being continued to highlight India's achievement in education sector at a global platform. India has been re-elected to Executive Board of UNESCO and has been elected to the World Heritage Committee for 2021 and 2025, getting the highest number of votes from the Asia Pacific region. India will also share the Finance and Administrative Commission of UNESCO for 2021 to 23 for the first time as full chair in 75 years. Unified curriculum framework is being developed as part of National Education Policy 2020 so that higher education and skill development is globally aligned to facilitate smooth mobility of students and professionals across the country. University Grants Commission brought in regulations in May 2022 permitting academic collaboration between Indian and foreign higher educational institutions to offer twinning, joint degree, and dual degree programs. Currently, 230 Indian universities are eligible to collaborate with the foreign higher education institutions as per the regulations. As of now, 43 Indian higher education institutions have informed that they have collaborations with the foreign higher educational institutions. 12 higher educational institutions are offering twinning degrees. 7 higher educational institutions are offering joint degree, and 8 higher educational institutions are offering dual degree programs. UGC guidelines for multiple entry and exit option in academic programs. Establishment of an academic bank of credits and regulation on credit framework for online learning courses through study web of active learning for young aspiring mind, that we call it in short SWAYAM, have been approved. Under this, students could get 40% of credit through online courses, including those from foreign universities. More than 150 Indian universities have already adopted SWAYAM courses. Indian institutions of eminence have been allowed to establish offshore campuses. Proposal for establishment of offshore campuses of IITs in UAE, Malaysia, and Tanzania are under considerations. UGC is also working on a regulation that will enable foreign universities to set up campus in India. World-class foreign universities and institutions have been allowed in Gujarat International, Finance and Tech, In brief, we call it GEF, GEF City, to offer courses in financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering from University of Wollongong in Australia in this regard. To assist foreign students in India, officers of international affairs have been established in 179 higher educational institutions. Program for Alumni Connect have been started in 156 higher educational institutions. NEET and QUET examinations are being conducted in 13 countries. GE main exam in 23 countries, and study in India scholarship tests in 136 countries. UGC has prepared draft guideline for admission and supernumerary seats of international students in higher educational institution in India, and has put in public domain for wide consultations. This will facilitate a smooth and simple admission process for international students in Indian higher educational institutions. Global Initiative of Academic Network, we call it GEF, was launched in 2015. The program seeks to invite distinguished faculty members from premier institutions across the world to teach in the higher educational institutions in India. Collaboration with 38 countries is going on, and about 2,163 courses offered by foreign faculty have been approved. Study in India was launched in 2018. It is a flagship program to attract global students community to pursue their higher education in India. Since study in India launched, since its inception, it has drawn students from more than 150 countries, spanning across SAARC, South Africa, and Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and Middle East. Under scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, we call it SPARC, launched in 2018. Joint research collaboration is being promoted with higher educational institutions in 28 select nations in various fields of including basic science, humanity, new and emerging technology, environmental science, etc. IGNOU has 23 overseas centers and cater about 27 African countries. The university offers about 60 academic programs through Overseas Studies Center. Several initiatives mentioned above are to drive home the point that our government is fully committed to internationalization of Indian higher education, and the industry should feel assured in this regard. These initiatives would benefit the industry by locally providing international quality of research support as well as trained manpower. Thanking you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Sir, thank you so very much for being here today with us and for being the chief guest of this event and addressing our audience, our respected vice chancellors, professors, and other dignitaries. May I now take opportunity of calling Dr. Avantika Tamar, partner EY, to say a brief few words and release the knowledge report of ICC and EY. Dr. Avantika Tamar.
Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Like the speaker mentioned, I'm Dr. Avantika Tomar, and I'm a partner with EY Parthenon, which is an education consulting organization, and also the knowledge partner for today. Thank you also to ICC and this Globalized Education Forum. I'm very happy to be the knowledge partner. I'm very happy to be here to represent my firm and be a part of the report release. Dear esteemed guests on the dais, thank you so much for those amazing words that all of you have said. In a way, a lot of what I had to say has already been covered by many of you. And Honorable Minister, thank you for sharing some of those statistics around not just what is happening in the space of international higher education today, but also what the government has planned for international higher education in the future. Just to summarize, I suppose, everything that has already been said, I just thought, for all our delegates from various educational institutions and government agencies, I thought what we could do is just take a little tiny step back and talk about what was international higher education and what is. A little bit of it has obviously been helped or boosted by COVID, but a lot of it is all in the good spirit of internationalization, and the definition of internationalization today has changed. So if we think about, perhaps half a decade ago, large part of what internationalization was about student mobility and faculty mobility. So every time we talked about international higher education, we would talk about students going from one country to the other, from their home country to a host country. And likewise, faculty exchange would happen, again, either in terms of a short term, for a term, a faculty goes in a different country and then comes back, or, relocates for a certain number of years and comes back. Today, ladies and gentlemen, if we think about what is the definition for internationalization of higher education, it's actually 5 things now. One, student mobility continues. So, my esteemed guests here have already spoken about some of the numbers, but if I could just give you a sense of how many students in the world actually are mobile when it comes to either their undergraduate degrees or their postgraduate degrees and beyond. Today in the world, 6 million students travel from their home country to any other host country to gain higher education, right? In India, we send 500,000 Indian students overseas. Again, usual suspects of destination countries being UK, US, Canada, Australia. Those are obviously the top 4 for Indian students to go overseas. But only 49,000 students from the world come to India to study. So if we think about just student mobility on the whole, of course, we started to make some good strides, and we've started to have a lot of impact, and our higher education sector is great. But then if we look at the 6 million number and compare that to how many students actually out of that 6 million come to India, it's less than 1%. So while we've started to make some very important strides, we still have a long way to go as a credible destination country where students from not just developing and underdeveloped countries, but also the developed world want to come to India to study. And I completely agree with you. I think, Mr. Sharma, you were talking about, Ayurveda, yoga. He was talking about a lot of the, things that are indigenous to us. We should absolutely be able to attract the right people, the right students to come to India for that. But not just that. And I think this is where Honorable Minister was talking about Gift City, which is, focus on finance and technology. Again, I mean, look at where we are today, right? With our focus on fintech, edtech, agri-tech, health tech. I mean, there's just so much that we have to offer to the world today. We are, ladies and gentlemen, the second largest have to offer to students internationally. So the first one, like I said, is student mobility. It is happening. We are sending a lot more students than we are actually getting into the country. So there is room to grow there. Second is faculty mobility. So again, if I just compare US and India, US has 86,000 international scholars just in US, which means they have 86,000 people who are non-Americans who have come from different parts of the world to either teach or do research in the US. If we look at, however, sorry, would you want me to share from here, or? I would love for people to be able to see some of the numbers that I'm talking about. It's just easier to follow. Thank you. So if we think about, if we compare that 86,000 number with, oh, perfect. These are the 5 things I'm going to talk about. So if I compare the 86,000 number to the Indian number, so today, if we look at our IITs, and now there are 20 IITs in the country, we have less than 50 international faculty in IITs. So again, if I just compare 2 countries, I'm not saying we are not doing a lot of progress and growth in this space, but we do have a long way to go. So that's the second one around faculty mobility. And again, like I was describing earlier, historically, internationalization has been seen as these 2 things primarily: student mobility and faculty mobility. There are these 3 other things that, you know, in India today, and all of us present in this room, I think we need to start focusing on more and more. The third one is provider mobility, right? So again, if we look at Indian institutes, and Honorable Minister spoke about it as well, our institutes of eminence have started to go outside the country. So, you know, he spoke a lot about UAE as an example. We have our BITS Pilani, Amity, SP Jain, all of these institutes today do have a campus in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi, which is great, right? We are continuing to have more and more campuses overseas. What we now need to start doing is have IBCs, which is international branch campuses here on Indian soil, right? Today, we unfortunately have no international branch campus in our country. In the world, there are 300 campuses that universities like a University of Birmingham, like a New York University, you know, Heriot Watt, Middlesex, all of these universities have campuses in different parts of the world. UAE, Malaysia, China, etc. right? Qatar has, you know, London Business School as an example. In India, we unfortunately have 0 international branch campuses, right? Historically, I think everybody spoke about the regulatory restrictions that we've had in the past. I think, ma'am, you spoke about the regulatory part as well. So absolutely, it is something that we need to consciously, again, with everyone in the room present here, we need to make sure that we are spending.
You can change the slide.
Yes, I can. Thank you. That we are making sure that through the recent announcements that the government has made with GIFT City and international branch campuses now coming to India, we should make sure we have some of those IBCs on our home soil. The fourth one is, that's okay. Thank you. The fourth one is program mobility. So here again, I think pretty much everyone has already spoken about dual degrees, twinning degrees, joint programs. Again, today in India, I think, sir, Honorable Minister, you spoke about it as well. There are only 8 universities that actually have the ability to give joint degrees. If I give you guys the numbers, there are 1,100 universities in our country. There are 43,000 colleges in our country. Out of all of those, only 8 today provide joint degrees. Again, it's a reflection of, have we started on the journey? Absolutely, yes. Do we have a long way to go? Unfortunately, that's true as well. And then finally, on the virtual mobility, again, I think people were talking about the ability for technology to be able to provide online certifications, diplomas, degrees, all of those today, thanks to our EdTech colleagues and friends, there is the potential to provide education through technical means. And Professor Sarkar, I absolutely agree with you. Can technology replace everything that we are doing in traditional education? Perhaps not. But can technology find a way to take our gross enrollment ratio, which is today 27%, to the 50% that NEP wants by 2035? See, today in India, we have 39 million Indian students who are enrolled in any form of higher education. If, as per NEP, if we wish to get to 50% gross enrollment ratio, we will need to double the capacity of our universities and colleges. Now, let's be honest with ourselves. Doubling capacity of higher education institutes is not an easy task. You can't build colleges, universities at a rapid rate to be able to double capacity. And therefore, there is a need for digital mobility as well. Can foreign students study in India through digital platforms? Can Indian students do certifications, courses, diplomas, degrees through the digital media? Absolutely, yes, right? So if we do meaningfully want to increase our gross enrollment ratio from the current 27% to the 50%, we will absolutely need support from digital means of education. So let me just close by showing, what are the imperatives. And as we, go through the report and as we release the report, you'll see what we've done as EY. We have given key imperatives, or therefore what needs to be done across each of these 5 aspects. So in student mobility, since the launch of Study in India campaign in 2018, of course, a lot of progress has been made, but we do need to make sure that through improved rankings, through better internationalization and attracting more global students into India, and through liberalizing some of our post-study work visas, we should be able to get to our goals and our targets on student mobility. In faculty mobility, we need to be able to make sure we are providing better infrastructure for international faculty to come into the country, right? More family friendly. We want people to come, not just teach for a term of 3 months and go back. We want international faculty to come and be housed here, right? For that, of course, our infrastructure needs to improve. Providing more scholarships, simplifying or making hiring requirements a tad bit easier will also help in achieving faculty mobility. On the provider mobility, recently we have released a report on higher education in 2047 with the Prime Minister's office. The intention there also has been, we need to build some student cities. And in a way, we already have some student cities. If you look at Coimbatore, Manipal, Pune, Bangalore, a lot of these cities, in a way, have and attract a lot of students from various parts of our country, but also globally. Can we make sure that we continue on the path of building education cities and student cities? That will hopefully ensure that international campuses want to come and set up IBCs in India. And of course, Gift City, Gandhinagar is certainly going to help. And finally, and I'm being told we are running out of time. So very quickly then, on both program and virtual and digital mobility, there are also, again, imperatives to make sure that, there is all the dual and joint degree programs, and we are promoting those. And then on the digital front, we are making sure that the best blend, like Professor Sarkar was saying, best blend between online and offline is able to, help our students, help our faculty, help our educational institutes. So let me close with that. I believe we do have a report release to do next, but thank you so much for being a very patient audience. And thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Dr. Tomar, I would request you to be on stage.
Oh, sure.
And along with that, I would request my inaugural dignitaries to please inaugurate the knowledge report, which is kept in front of you. And I would request all of you to take a photo along with it. Our knowledge report, jointly done by ICC and EY, being released on the theme internationalization of higher education. So we will reach out to all of the participants who are a part of our program today and send you the link of this knowledge report for you to have a look at. Thank you so much. May I now request our chairman of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, to kindly do the honors of giving memento to Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Singh. Thank you for gracing the occasion. It just took our program to a different level altogether with the theme of internationalization of India higher education. May I now request Mr. Alok Tibrewal, Trustee Om Dayal Educational and Research Society, to please come up on stage and do the honors of giving away mementos to Professor Malvika Sarkar. Thank you so much for guiding us through the entire conference. Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. To our chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, for being there with us all the time and guiding us. Thank you, sir. And to Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, who is also on the dais with us, member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and CEO Heritage Group of Institution. Can I have a memento for Mr. Alok Tibrewal for being here all the way from Calcutta? Thanks. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and CEO Heritage Group of Institutions, to please deliver a vote of thanks for the inaugural. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. Respected Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Vice President, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training. Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Respected Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. Professor Malvika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University. Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies. Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, education leaders, distinguished speakers in various sessions upcoming now, and all the dignitaries of the dais. Good morning, all of you. It gives me a great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks and formal vote of thanks at the end of this very engaging session. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Ministry of Education and External Affairs, Government of India, for his kind presence at the forum, and sir, for sharing your thoughts with us today morning. I also extend my sincere thanks to Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President of AIU and Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, for making time out of his busy schedule and being with us here today. Sir, thank you. My heartfelt thanks go to Summit Chair, Professor Malvika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University. She is the Summit Chair and she will be all through guiding us for this conference, and Mr. Dilip Hanumara, who was present online for his valuable participation and insightful deliberations. I would like to also thank the audience for being present throughout the program and making it a great success. I would lastly like to thank our esteemed media partners and sponsors for supporting the event immensely. Our sincere thanks to the Association of Indian Universities for supporting us as an academic partner, Trizon Technologies as our principal partner, Somaya Vidya Vihar University as our co-partner, GIS University as the university partner, Ernst & Young as the knowledge partner, and Heritage Group of Institutions, Om Dayal Group of Institutions, Sensorial Technologies, towards organizing this summit successfully. Today's session was indeed enriching and informative for all of us, which have thrown light on the current higher education scenario in our country and globalization of it. From today's session, I would like to mention some of the key takeaways from my part addressing the way forward to the higher education systems in India. It is vital that the Indian universities begin to appreciate the value of ushering in internationalization within the campus by embedding it in the length and breadth of their curricular and extracurricular efforts. Universities of the future must aim to increase inbound student mobility by improving academic and infrastructural resources and streamlining administrative procedures. Indian universities have focused excessively on internalization abroad and neglected internalization at home. A developing country like India with limited financial and infrastructural resources stands to benefit far more than from internationalization at home. Universities must also gain awareness about the many modes of internationalization. Student mobility, which has been doing most of the heavy lifting, must be seen to be only one of many orders. Indian universities must work to improve their international advantage by achieving standardization, collaborative compatibility, and compliance with regional international regulatory structures. Indian universities have collaborated with foreign universities mainly in one-on-one institute-to-institution agreements. The universities of future will have to establish equilibrium between the dialectic of the global and the local through internationalized education. They will have to bear the responsibility of striking a balance between the local sphere, for instance, national autonomy, institutional self-governance, and nation-building goals, and the global sphere, for instance, global job market, global competencies, and supranational regulatory framework to achieve standardization of international education. The global-local nexus is a salient feature of globalization for higher education. So globalization has ushered in an era of knowledge. It has also created a need for reworking of the ideas of education for the global citizen. Developing intercultural competencies must become an integral part of any university's institutional fabric. I think a lot of changes are upcoming or announced by UGC, AICT, and various higher educational regulatory bodies. And we have to collaborate with all those new announcements in respect of our higher education so that we can enhance this globalization of higher education. As mentioned earlier, that we have to achieve NEP, that gross enrollment ratio of 50 by 2035. It is a long way to go. we have to collaborate with the edtech companies also so that we can achieve this target. One of the recent changes is professor of practice. I think that is a very welcoming approach which is being followed in Western countries. So with this, I would like to thank everyone one and again and close the program. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. We will shortly break for a brief tea coffee break, but we have a power pack session after this, which would be chaired by Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. And I would also like to take an opportunity to thank my partners for today. Co-partner Sumaya Vidya Vihar University, university partner JIS University, associate partner Senrisa, the Heritage, Om Dayal Group of Institution, our academic partner Association of Indian Universities, conference partner SNU University, Sister Nivedita University, principal partner Trident.
To have a photographer.
Yes, yes. Principal partner Trident Technology and Ditya. May I also request the dignitaries on stage to please give us a photo, group photo, please. May I also request Mr. Alok Tiburwal to join us on stage for the group photo. Professor Pillai, I'm sorry, I can't see because of the blinding lights. Anirban, please join us on the stage for a photo. Am I missing out of any? Just give me, just forgot. Yes, yes. Can I also request the First Secretary of Japan, the Education Attaché, also to join us on the stage? Mr. Yasuhiro Yonehara, please. Partners, Thank you so much. So we'll break for a short break for about 15 minutes. But may I request you to please come back soon because the next session is on internationalization of Indian higher education, setting the context for India. Thank you.
बोले ना तो कम से कम इतना डिजायर रखें
क्यों एको हो रहा है?
कोई नहीं मैम बहुत ज्यादा तकलीफ है कोई
आदमी ध्यान रखो।
catching हो रहा है आपको बोलेंगे तो
अच्छा वो बोलते बोलते ध्यान नहीं रहता
आपको-
अभी आगे से ध्यान
बहुत
रखेंगे
पीछे बहुत
तो आके कोई बोल के
ऐसा ना इतना ही कैच करेगा
Can I request the esteemed speakers to please join us in the speaker room where tea coffee will be served? Thank you.
वो तो वहां ले गया
मैं बता दूंगी।
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can gradually have you back in the hall. We are about to commence our session 1, panel discussion session. Internationalization of Indian higher education, setting the context for India. If we can have everyone back, please, inside the hall. We are now commencing the panel discussion 1, which is on internationalization of Indian higher education, setting the context for India. Towards the same, may I call upon our session chair, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to please come up on dais, sir. May I request Professor Sunil Puri, Registrar, Shulini University, to please come up on dais. Professor Sunil Puri, Registrar, Shulini University, please come up on dais, sir. May I request Professor Dr. Shubhankar Dhar, Professor, School of Information Systems and Technology, San Jose State University, USA, to be there online with us. May I request Professor Dr. Masaharu Seno, who is virtually addressing us, to be there with us, Professor of Nanobiotechnology, Okayama University. May I request Professor Dr. Bashab Chaudhary, Principal, Heritage Institute of Technology and former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University, to please come up on dais. May I request Mr. Yasuhiro Yonehara, First Secretary, the Embassy of Japan in India, to please, I see he's already here, thank you so much. He's also the Education Attaché to India. With that, may I now request our session chair, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to please commence the session. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everybody. So we are almost 30 minutes delayed already. So we have to make up a little bit of time during this session. We have 4 panelists with us today. And out of that, 2 are going to join us virtually. As the panel 1 is for internationalization of Indian higher education, setting the context for India. Now, you know that first session is meant for that. First session already set the context for India, what's going to happen. So without actually spending any more time, I shall directly go to the panelists first, and then I shall come back at the end. So we have our first speaker, Professor Sunil Puri, who is a registrar of Shulini University. So may I request Professor Sunil Puri, who is a renowned professor with 38 years of teaching experience to address the audience.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving me the opportunity to speak on this 5th Global Forum on Education on the topic internalization. I would like to start with a brief history of Indian education, starting right from 4,000 years back and coming up to the case study of Shulni University, where I'm working for the last, since its inception, I will put it for the last 12 years. Well, we all know that higher education in ashrams, gurukuls, and monasteries has been a central stage of Indian scholarly heritage. Before the Christian era, the Vedas, Upanishads, Purnas, Sutras, and other scriptures contain holistic knowledge on the material and metaphysical aspects, which produce great scholars such as Aryabhat, Brahmagupta, and many more. The consolidation and dissemination of Vedic knowledge also resulted in the mega centers establishment like Taxila, which was established around 4,000 years, was the first institute of higher education, which drew students not only from India itself, but across Southeast to the Midwest to study astronomy, astrology, mathematics, Sanskrit, Ayurveda, and many other subjects related to that. Unfortunately, 500 BC, in the year of 500 BC, Taxila was being abolished due to invade by Huns. And thereafter, immediately, simultaneously, another university came up, which every one of you must be aware of it. That is Nalanda University. Again, in the year 1193, a tyrant Turkish general, he burned and destroyed these institutes. Along with Nalanda, 50 institutes came. They were being destroyed by that journal. Thereafter, there was a dark period for India for at least 600 years. It was only the Britishers when they came, and they have established in 1857 year three universities. One is in Bombay, the other is in Madras and Calcutta. Now, by the time India gained independence in 1947, we were having only 20 universities at that time. And today, what my previous speakers have also told, that there are now more than 1,100 universities which are over here. Now, with the globalization of higher education, there is no need to say that internalization of education is equally important to all of us. I have been in this profession for the last 3 decades, 4 decades, and I personally feel that sea changes have been taking place during these years, particularly during the last 1 decade, whereby it has become more important for all of us, being in academicians or in other professions, that we have to see that our students, they become global leaders, not only the students. Now, we all know that it is rightly said that education transforms lives. As education not only develops critical thinking and logical reasoning, but also prepare and equip people with each other in business and in giving them the vast opportunities. My previous speakers have also defined what transformation is, what globalization is. I am not going to give you the definitions of those, but I would like to put up that in higher education system, particularly in the university system, the primary functions are teaching, learning processes, research, and scholarly activities and service to the society. These are the prime goals of any university, I personally feel. And internalization covers different things and dimensions and is in a process of integrating an international intercultural dimensions into teaching, research, and service to the society. For brevity's sake, internalization, I have categorized into three categories. There can be 4 or 5, depending on person to person. One is the political one, of course, at a national level, that is always been taken into account. Then the economic reasons, which is related to the developed or underdeveloped countries. And third is the academics, which are important part for today's discussion as well as for all of us. It is directly linked with teaching, learning processes, and achieving excellence in research and scholarly activities. Now, based on these 3 parameters, I personally feel that the stakeholders, maybe the students or whosoever, maybe the faculty members, they take into account internalization of higher education. These groups can either be the complementary or they can be contradictory to each other. There is no doubt about it. Based upon then, the stakeholders, they believe that academic mobility, what my previous predecessor has also said, mobility was one of the important things which have been happening and which is going to take place even in the future. That is, we cannot change it. Then getting the scholarship is another important aspect which is always taken into account. And without this, naturally, what the curriculum studies are being undertaken by the country, whether it is in India or abroad, that also is very important. And what are the cultural values of that very country that takes into account. So these all collaborations are very important for any stakeholder to take into account whether they should move from one place to another place or not. We know that there are 2 systems of higher education which are prevalent throughout the world. One is the domestic one, which is referred to as they don't leave their home country and they stay over there and take up their studies. The other one is the cross-border education systems. That is a movement of individuals from one place to another place, maybe in the form of education or maybe for training purposes. And foreign country providers or the affiliated domestic partners or both of them jointly award the credits of the course. So various UGC programs have come up, everyone is aware of it. Franchising is one of them, twinning is another, dual and joint degree program there. So UG is taking care of all these things, we all know, and we should now harness this for the globalization pattern. I will also like to add that there are many folds in expansion of the education in our country. And to promote further global study, Destination and National Education 2020 NEP National Education Policy has come up, which stipulates various measures which have already been spelled out by predecessors in terms of MOUs, maybe 100 universities, which should be the best one taken into account, or how our curriculums are, all those aspects have also already been taken up. I will not like to spell out those. But there are 5 things which I feel are very important, which have been listed in the year 2005 by the University of Tokyo, whereby they have specified only 5 strategies should be taken into account, which are very, very important for the globalization purposes. One is the provision of an internationally higher standard of education. We all do agree to it. Enhancement of research activities through strengthening international research networks, promoting cooperation with international organizations, improvement of infrastructure at international standards, and last but not least, formulation of a long-term international plan by the Higher Education Institute. The last one I would like to put up straightforward to this house, that generally the university systems, they do not formulate any plans, their future plans. All the vision documents are there, I know.
2020 was there, 2025 was there, 2035 was there, but they have never planned out that how to globalize our university system to become at a higher level. Just, I would like to share the last thing which I have said about my university, that how far we have been able to achieve it. I would like to bring it to this August House. We were being established in the year 2009 only, that is hardly 12 years back. But today the success of this university is because of the hard work being put up by the research workers, whereby we have been publishing our research papers or our research outputs in high impact factor journals. That was the criteria which was being set up in the year 2010 by the university administrator. Fortunately, we had late Professor Abdul Kalam ji, our ex-president. He came to our university and he inspired the management that why don't you visualize to be among 200 global universities. So we took the challenge at that time and started working on it. And today, I would like to say that we are being ranked among Times Higher Education at the world level in the category of 351 to 400. Now that was a vision which was being set up by late Abdul Kalam ji, and we took up the challenge and how we have been achieved it. Just to summarize it, we all know that there are 3-4 systems of ranking which are very important, because why I'm ranking giving the ranking over here, because I personally feel that ranking is linked up with globalizations. Every international student would like to see where that university is standing at the international level, not at the Indian level or at a local level, but where it is standing. So these are the 3 ranking systems, which one is ASWR, which is built specially for on the scores which is being created by the Nobel Prize for getting the Nobel Prize. Of course, we can never compete. We can compete, I will not say can never compete, but as of today, of course, we are not over there. 2 other systems are there. One is the QS and the other is the D, that is Time Higher Education. We as a university took up the challenge that we will go with the D, that is Times Higher Education. The reason being very simple, that we thought that Times Higher Education system is more oriented towards research and QS is more oriented towards perception. And our being a small university in a small state like Himachal Pradesh, whereby we know that perception will come later on and it may take more decades than few years. So our vision was clear that let us compete for the Times Higher Education, keeping in view that research is one of the aspects. There were 30 marks in the research by the Times Higher Education. And today, let me proudly say before this house that we have scored in 2023, 29.4. Any university who scores more than 40 marks, they are being ranked somewhere in their system. You may be in 200, you may be in 300, 400, 500, 1000, whatever their scores are. Minimum score we then studied that 40 we should score it. So our all stress was on the research that let us keep maximum marks, because we know in perception and other things, we are going to get slowly and slowly only. So this is how we have achieved it. And our citations are also one of the best in the country, not only in the country, world over also. We have international collaborations today. Nearly 63% of our scientists, they have international collaborations throughout the world, maybe USA, maybe Canada. These collaborations are going to help us, not only in globalizations, as well as in bringing our ranking system at a higher level. So with these words, I would like to say that thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. I know each and every Indian university can achieve rankings irrespective of they irrespective, they think that they cannot, because when we ourselves established in 2009, we were also apprehensions. We were not worrying. I am from a government system also, public university also. I worked over there. We never thought of having a ranking. But the moment we joined the private university, the things start churning in our mind. And I think whereby every one of us can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Puri. Yes, while setting the context for India, you started from Gurukul time and then passed through this Aryavata, Takshila, and also mentioned about what happens in this last 1 decade. You rightly mentioned about that education transforms life. And there you mentioned about the 3 different parameters based on which we have to look after, and also mentioned about the 5 different very important things which have been set up by the Tokyo parameters, as you mentioned. Now, there, the first one you mentioned is the research activities. And what we could see that the success of this 12 years old university, the Solini University, is the research activities. The H index has gone to 99. You are not mentioned about it, but H index is absolutely very, very high amongst all the different universities. And also we found that this is one of the steps where actually you can set yourself up to the standard where the other universities throughout the globe are going to look after you, and they will try to have collaboration with you. It's not you are going to collaborate, but it's actually they want to collaborate with you. That is very, very important. And thank you very much for very rightly setting the context. So we will move on to our next speaker who is going to address us virtually. We have with us Professor Dr. Shubhankar Dhar, who is a professor, School of Information Systems and Technology, San Jose State University, USA. His research interests are data science, big data analytics, wireless ad hoc, sensor networks, and mobile computing. Over to Professor Dr. Shubhankar Dhar.
Thank you very much, all the distinguished guests. And also I would like to thank you, the Indian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me. Before I start, I would like to share some of my thoughts on this topic. I have a very short presentation, and I would like to share my thoughts through my presentation. And then we can have discussions on this topic. And I noticed that many of you have already said what I wanted to say earlier. But anyway, so let me just quickly address some of the important points that I thought will be relevant for this discussion today. So here is my agenda. First, I will talk about the current state of higher education in India. Then I will discuss some opportunities. Then I will talk about the emerging trends. And then I will discuss internationalization through collaboration. And finally, I will conclude the presentation. So during the last few years, I am getting a lot of students from India who are coming to study in our university. And I noticed some of the important problems, particularly the tier 2 and tier 3 institutions. This is my observation, and based on that, I can share my thoughts on this. I noticed there is a shortage of qualified faculty, particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 institutions. There is a lack of quality research. Infrastructure is not adequate, lack of proper training, and low employability of students. In particularly, many employers have indicated this problem also. And some of the curriculum has been outdated. And less collaboration of higher educational institutes with industries. Now, what I noticed that there is a large population of Indian students who are aspiring, they have high aspirations, and they would like to get quality education, and aspiring students deserve quality education. So let me share some of my thoughts on emerging trends. Now, online and remote learning is on the rise. Particularly, many US universities today are offering online courses, and particularly Harvard, I've noticed Stanford, MIT, they have open courseware. So education is pretty much democratized through this online platform. Students and instructors, they also need flexibility, and Indian students are going abroad in huge numbers for higher studies. And there is a huge disruption that I notice will be coming in the next few years. Now, the question is, are we able to fulfill students' needs through different modes of education? Now, these are another trend that I've already mentioned, and some of my previous speakers have already indicated. These are the top 4 destinations for Indian students. As of January 2021, 1.09 million Indian students were studying in 85 countries. And you can see that Canada, United States, Australia, and UK, these are the preferred destinations for Indian students. And however, I believe that there is a lot of opportunities in India also. There is a growing demand for specialized training programs. There is a dire need for counselors and advisors for this large Indian student population. There is a huge opportunity for human resource development, as well as the education market is poised for growth. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to develop programs that addresses the needs for Indian students. And so one of the thoughts that I have is, why don't we create a global professional network for education that will foster collaboration in teaching, collaboration in research, collaboration with industrial partners, and as well as fund innovative projects. So many universities in India, and also many universities in the US and other parts of the world, there are a lot of synergies. I see a lot of synergies between those institutions, and this is quite feasible, particularly today with internet and web technologies available. Remote learning is a reality. So we can easily develop international programs, appoint qualified foreign professionals for thesis supervision and PhD committees, take full advantage of technology for remote and hybrid instructions, and develop joint programs with a focus on providing education so that students achieve academic excellence, gain deeper knowledge and skills. And finally, for research collaboration, we can establish collaborative partnerships between national research laboratories and research centers of top institutions, create centers for excellence with international collaboration, and develop new program on emerging fields. There are many areas, I can talk for hours about different programs, but due to lack of time, I don't want to delve into the details, but I can see a lot of new programs on emerging technologies can be easily developed with foreign collaborations. And finally, let me conclude my presentation by saying this: collaboration with world-class institutions will benefit students as well as teachers. By leveraging technology, students and educational institutes will be empowered with new ways to improve student success. And Indian Chamber of Commerce can play a significant role for internationalization of Indian higher education, and we can discuss more about it later on. And finally, I want to conclude by saying that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And this is a quote from Nelson Mandela. So with this, I conclude my presentation and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thor. What you start with actually by putting up the problems, what you think while interacting with the Indian students who are going over to your place. I can actually let you know that in the last couple of years, the points you have raised, many of those things have been addressed by a large number of universities. It is not really the picture, but it is right now changing that even the tier 2, tier 3 universities, they are trying hard for actually taking up this as their challenges. In general, the Association of Indian Universities actually taking a very important role in this, and they are trying to interact with all the different universities throughout India in putting up the points what you have mentioned. And there, when you said about the curricula, with respect to the dynamic curricula, right now you know that the whole NEP 2020 concept is actually, and the NAC also giving a huge amount of importance to this outcome-based education. And this outcome-based education is actually based on the, we call it as a program outcome, as well as the curriculum outcome. The COPO thing is becoming very important, where you have to have a dynamic curricula and thereby make your curricula more effective, which you mentioned about the industry connect also. Now, very rightly, you mentioned about this global professional network, and in this global professional network, very nicely you mentioned about the global academic community without border. Yes, this is very important, and we have to make it a very important point in our mindset. This is something which is our mindset, and we have to change it, and we have to consider that only if we consider the global academic community without border, then only we can achieve this concept of globalization. Otherwise, it's not possible. Thank you very much for making all these points. And there are some very important examples to be cited over here, as already mentioned by our registrar sir from Solini University, regarding the large-scale collaborative efforts they're taking. And if we come back to our next speaker, Professor Masaharu Sino, here I can give you another very important example of this type of community, this global academic network also. Now, Professor Sino is Professor of Nanobiotechnology at Okayama University, and also the past Dean of the Advisory Board in Okayama University. He actually at present is also associated with the Sister Nivedita University as a mentor for setting up the Center for Excellence in Allied Health Sciences. So the global partners are right now becoming very, very important for making the network possible. And Sister Nivedita University, which is just a 4 years old university, but after the whole Japanese team visited the university, they thought that, yes, this is a case where they can definitely try to have this type of academic network and research excellence also. So these are some positive things. There are many other examples of this, but as Professor Sino is already with us, may I request Professor Sino to deliberate on these issues. Professor, over to Professor Sino.
Sir, unmute yourself.
Sorry, very sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation here in the renowned Congress conference.
And I appreciate Professor Chattaria and the organizers of the conference. First of all, I'd like to share my presentation here. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I was from my experience as a deputy director of international affairs and vice president who opened the graduate school of interdisciplinary science and engineering in health systems. I'd like to raise the factors to internationalize higher education. Actually, of course, PhD program is essential. And as well as course study, we have unique doctoral dissertation system. This is an evaluation system of the thesis of the person who wants to be awarded PhD without studying in course, but his background of research activity is evaluated instead of the course study. And it's very unique to Japan that we have these two systems to award the PhD. And also scholarships are very important, even from either from private to public. These are helpful for students. And MOU is also very important, as another speakers mentioned. Actually, the exchange of students and staffs are very efficiently performed under the MOUs. And research fund and international the collaborative research is very important, but without research fund, it's very, very limited. So that research fund winning is a very important point, including stipends for teaching and research assistants who will be active on the PhD students also, without, especially without scholarships. And in our graduate school, we are putting the concept of the cycle of thinking and to teach students. Now, the students are asked to pick up problems, whatever, surrounding your environment or the situation, social problems, or worldwide or domestic, in any way. And once picked up, they should analyze the problems and what kind of factors included, what kind of causes and solutions. And then they hit upon ideas for the solutions. And then not only ideas, but also they should practice. There's, I mean, that not really about simulations, but this practice will lead to solutions. And solution, even from one solutions, there will be another problems, so that the problems will be analyzed. And this is the cycle of the thinking and learning they are asked to study. And the higher education, the basis of the aims for the higher education from global views. I'm thinking of the harmony of 3 Ps for the people. What are the 3 Ps? First one is stable and peaceful politics. And second P is sound philosophy. And third P is new paradigms. And the relationships of these Ps are very important actually. So what kind of relations? Yeah, actually, these are the factors affecting each other. Stable peace will provide sound philosophy, and from the sound philosophy, new paradigms will be created, and new paradigms will affect the politics. And this is the cycles of the upgrading. And these peace should be supported by higher educations. Actually, this is possibly shared internationally. But what is the identity to the India? Yeah, you can set the context of it for India. And I'm thinking about the people in the history of India. There is no need to explain who they are. No. But these are the politics and the philosophy. These are the India's identity. Actually, also the scientists. These are the mathematicians and scientists, physics to biology. So you have paradigms in India, very, very specific and unique culture. So the 3 Ps you can prepare by yourself, and for these identities will be available to internationalize higher education. So that this is my last point. I propose to internationalize Indian higher education, get into the cycle of thinking and learning to establish the cycles of operating spiral in 3 Ps. Okay. Also, Daniel, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Seno. And I'm sure that all of us actually really appreciate Professor Seno for setting this context with respect to the philosophy, which is the strength of the Indian context, as well as the paradigm, which is also very important. And with these few words, let us move on to our next speaker, Professor Bashop Choudhury. Professor Bashop Choudhury, who is a principal of the Heritage Institute of Technology and is a senior director of Kollan Bharati Trust, Kolkata, former vice chancellor of West Bengal State University, chemical engineer, as well as a nanotechnologist. Professor Choudhury, please.
Thank you so very much. At the very outset, I would like to say that quite a few words have been spoken on the internationalization of higher education. And since morning, we have heard quite a lot of things. I must thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for Indian Chamber of Commerce is doing this. And all others associated with the Indian Chamber of Commerce for holding this conference. And since morning, a lot of brainstorming has taken place, and very, very important questions have been asked. The first point, now my respected panelists over here and the very respected audience where extremely gifted people are sitting in the audience, having a lot of much more kind of experience than what I have. I have been a state university man for 30 years and then I have come to private system. So I mostly know about the state universities, and the private system I'm still learning. My first question to you will be, I'm not talking about globalization, but I am talking about the globalization that we are talking since 1990. But was not there international standard research work in our universities in 1930s, 1940s, 1950s? And I would like to tell you something on this. My first submission to you will be that in the year 1952, just after the Second World War and after the independence of India, there were two physicists, E.M. Purcell and Robert Bloch. They got Nobel Prize in Physics in the year 1952. And in the Nobel Prize acceptance speech in the year 1952, E.M. Purcell says this, and I am quoting him. I quote, "It is the fact that our particular field of research, growing since the war, 1945, has played some small part in renewing the bonds." Listen to the points carefully. "In renewing the bonds with laboratories in many countries. I think first of three great laboratories on this side of the Atlantic, the Kamerlingh-Onnes Laboratory at Leiden, Holland, the Clarendon Laboratory at Oxford, and the Nobel Institute of Physics here in Stockholm, with its illustrious tradition of elegant and precise experiments. Progress in understanding of nuclear magnetism and its applications owes very much to the work in these laboratories. But there are many other and Calcutta, 1952, Tokyo and Calcutta, where our scientific friends are working in nuclear magnetism. No walls of secrecy or suspicion divide us. On the contrary, free and friendly exchange of ideas has brought us close together. I wish only that these friends could share with us the warmth and kindness of your hospitality, for which from Professor Bloch and myself, our very sincere thanks," unquote. So this shows that even in the year 1952, some Indian labs were doing extremely good research work, comparable with the highest possible standard in the world. It is not only in Calcutta, it is in Bombay, it is in Chennai, it was in different other places. In the context of globalization, what we are talking, and Madam has said something very important, it is all questions of money. And how the questions of money? Government of India data is saying that 1.3 million Indian students have gone abroad in the year 2022. 1.3 million. This figure was said to be 5 lakhs. I have taken data. 1.3 million Indian students have gone abroad. See the amount of money that is going. It is just like oil import, that this money is going abroad, but no money is coming to this particular part. So see the deficit. And that deficit is very important from the point of view of Indian economy. And Indian universities and Indian institutes of higher education must take into account this point very carefully. That is my number one submission. Number two submission, that for us, education was a service. Education was never a market-linked phenomenon. We have given service. People have come to state universities. They have given, I have personally given, I have studied, I have given only 120 rupees per annum to my University of Calcutta to complete my engineering course. Education has been a service. From that particular context to education as a market-linked thing, it is a change in the mindset that will take time to develop. What has happened in Indian institutions? Yesterday I went to IIT Delhi with my friend, and I asked into IIT Delhi professor, how many foreign students are working or studying in your institution? Not a single regular foreign student. Some students from Ethiopia, they are coming from 1.5 months to 2 months. So that is the situation of the premier institute of the country. So even if we claim that we are doing internationalization, internationalization will truly take place when you will find a large number of foreign students in our campuses. So international student space will be created, must be created. International hostels must be created. Cities must be created. educational space must be created, and that kind of situation, unless that is created, internationalization will not take place. Fourth point I would like to submit is that no Indian university so far has produced any product that goes with name of the university. Why Western universities are so very famous? Because every university has given space to industries. I was a Fulbright grantee in 2011. I went to a community college in New York. So over there, I saw that not only education is taking place, I found a place where small shops, small industries, and those small industries are producing material and importing to foreign countries. So the point is that that is coming in the name of the university. So university is not only giving education, university is not only producing paper, university is not only producing implementable patents, I mean, university is also producing product like this. And that product is coming and going in the name of university, and that is how the linkage between industry and university is taking place. We have not been able to do that in this country yet. The government is trying, but we have not been able to do that in this country. For the next 3 years, 2025, 87 million old jobs will go. 93 million new jobs will be created. 93 million new jobs on the basis of artificial intelligence and machine learning and cryptocurrency and cybersecurity and Internet of Things. And when all these things come, where are people? And many times industries say that we have graduates, but we do not have employable graduates. So that is again the question. So when you take all these into consideration, you will find that universities need to create a space for internationalization in a totally different context, not the way we are talking about, but it is a change of mindset, and that change of mindset has to take place in order that universities can become really place where creativity will flourish. It is not just writing an examination paper and getting degree. It is basically a question of creativity where products and processes will come from the university based on the knowledge of both theoretical and practical. So that will be the basis or precursor to internationalization. That will be the precursor to basically the globalization. And we have talent, we have things. Only thing is we need to have. And the sixth point that I would like to submit. Tell me, how many in your laboratories, how many scientific instruments are made in India and how many scientific instruments are made in the world? Made in Japan, made in Australia, made in USA. India does not have any good quality machine that can be used for experimental purpose in India. See the amount of money that is going out. Whenever you are going to buy any machine, where from will you buy the machine? Made in Shimadzu, Japan. Where will you buy machine? Made in, so it is a net amount of money that is going to buy those machines. So these are some of the things we must work. And in order to be really international, we need to work, we need to create that space. And that way the internationalization of education will take place. Unless we do that, we will talk about a lot of internationalization, but the point is the real work will not take place. So we need to really be on our legs, and we need to work in these areas. And I hope that the way we are progressing, Make in India is a very, very important point that is coming now. It has not happened, that is coming now. And other aspects, when they are taken into the university system, I think in the next 5 or 10 years, there is a big hope that Indian universities will gradually internationalize. But these are some of the things that need to be done in order that we really get there, and we are trying to get there. Hope. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Starting from the point of brain drain to actually showcase that where we stand at present to the change in the mindset with all the different 6 points. These are very important to be considered. And these are the things, if we could realize, definitely we can have some breakthrough whereby we can actually go forward to make ourselves the internationalization of the Indian higher education. Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Let's move on to our last speaker, Mr. Ushiro Wanshara, the first secretary, the Embassy of Japan in India and education attaché in India.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, namaste, everyone. I'm Yonehara from the Embassy of Japan, and I'm in education attaché, and so in charge of people-to-people exchange between two countries and Japanese language education. And I'm ordinary from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology of Japan. So thank you very much for inviting me here today. So first of all, I am so impressed that Indian Chamber of Commerce, which is economic organization, are seriously discussing and treating the education issue of India for a long time. So today's theme is the internationalization of Indian higher education. Yes, to be honest, Japan have the same problem. Yes, so in Japan, internationalization of higher education has been the subject of much talk over the past few decades. But we still have not achieved it to a sufficient extent. I think the situation of Japan is more difficult than India. And because the combination of Japan's geographically, economic, and cultural situation makes it difficult to move forward. So, and it will not be trouble in the short term. However, in the long term, it will be a problem, we think. And that's why Japanese government provides many initiatives so to promote internationalization of Japanese universities. So for example, make a scholarship for Japanese student or make a grant for researcher or something. Yeah. So on the other hand, India is already a historical and cultural diverse country, I think. So the Indian people are used to the kind of the feeling of internationalization. I am convinced that the soil for internationalization has already been cultivated in India. I think the rest of the issue is a practical aspect of actually achievement exchanges with other countries. So now in discussing this theme, I think it is important to set a goal of what internationalization means, what can be said to have been internationalized. Internationalization can be defined from various perspectives, but qualitatively, I think it means cultural diversity and acceptance. And different countries have different cultures and different way of thinking, etc. So I think it means being able to recognize and accept the cultural differences of many countries. And on the other hand, when we consider internationalization practically as a reality, I think there is an internationalization of people and the internationalization of place. In the context of India, whether Indian students are internationalizing can be known by whether they have experience abroad and whether their opportunity in higher education of India to experience diverse cultures and people from different countries. So let's look some data. Okay. see this table, this is a ranking of Indian students' destinations abroad. Yes, India has the second highest number of students studying abroad in the world. The number one is China. We can see in this table. So many Indian students go to study in many countries. In this sense, I think that many Indian students are already internationalized. In fact, many Indian people are not only studying, but also work and live in many other countries around the world. As a side note, please look at Japan's rank. Yes, ranking is 32. Number one is UAE, United Arab Emirates. Second, Canada, 3. Third, USA, I understand. But so Japan is 32nd rank under the Kypros, Armenia, Nepal, Malaysia here. So it's a disappointing situation for us. Okay, so I think that the India-Japan relationship is quite good politically and economically, but not good enough in terms of people-to-people exchanges, in particular education field. So Japan is one of the most developed country in Asia, and only, as you know, only one G7 countries in Asia. We are convinced that the experience of staying and studying in Japan will be special experience for Indian students. So it will provide a safe learning environment and high quality learning and research environment for Indian students. So if you know anyone who is considering studying abroad, please tell them to consider Japan as an option. So next, back to the subject, internationalization of India. So what about, so I'd like to talk about the place of internationalization. This table shows data on the destination of Japanese students studying abroad. I picked up the countries around Asia that are mainly English speaking, and the same as India. The result shows that the number of students studying in India is so low. Yeah. So this means that it is difficult for Japanese students to study in India. There are various causes for this, but I think that there are problems on both sides. So the problem on Japanese side is that many Japanese students don't know much about India and Indian higher institution. The significance and value of studying in India is not generally understood. So only students they need to study in India come to India, especially for studying Hindi, Indian philosophy, yoga, or Ayurveda, or etc. And another problem on the Indian side is that they don't seem to understand the needs of Japanese students. It is essential to improve the educational environment, especially in terms of facilities or accommodations. It is a matter of course to provide a safe and clean living and learning environment. It's important. Yeah, so I think it is necessary to rethink whether this can be achieved the light of the standard of other countries rather than the Indian standard. Conversely, if you can provide, if Indian institution can provide an environment that is recognized by the Japanese student, I think Indian institute provides something that satisfied people from any countries in the world. And the next materials. So this data is the number of MOU between foreign between foreign and Japanese higher ed institutions. Yes. So, but the number of India is so low. Yes. So, and as you may know, there's only one joint degree program between India and Indian institution, higher institution, and Japanese higher institution. Yes. Yes. So, okay. So when I spoke, okay. And when I spoke to Japanese and Indian universities officials, both sides said that they understood it is important to have exchange between Japanese and Indian institutions, and that they are interested in such exchanges. However, there often are vague requests, not clear, just vague requests. This is due to the lack of contact and not knowing enough about each other. Okay. So we need to promote the exchange between two countries' institutions. So I think there are many ways to achieve it. But so there's two types of way. One is top down, the other is bottom up. It's easy to start to promote exchange by top down, and this can sometimes lead to progress. But so the activities may not be sufficient if the lower levels are not able to follow. Yes. So in order to make a solid activity, I think it is important to work from the bottom up. And this can only be achieved if individual professors and researchers get to know each other, get to meet, get to have the opportunity to meet. Okay. Realize the need for exchange and put it into action. This cannot be achieved overnight. That's why it is necessary to increase the number of opportunities for exchange, communicate, etc. Okay. So today, Dr. Seno from Japan is participating from Japan. Yes, I think such a small things is so important. Okay. Finally, I hope that Japanese universities will be the main partner for Indian universities and students on their path to internationalization. I think 21st century is the era of Asia. So India and Japan should lead the world hand in hand in the future. The embassy and Japanese government would like to make every effort to promote people-to-people exchange between two countries. And I hope that the Indian side will share the significance of this and cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, particularly for identifying the reasons which are very important for actually making this program, this process a successful one. Thank you, Mr. Vanshara. And I really want to thank all the speakers, Professor Puri, Professor Dhar, Professor Seno, Professor Chaudhary, and also Mr. Yashiro Onechura, as well as the audience for being with us. Because we are running pretty late, I shall request the people who has got the questions, if they can write and just give it to the corner table. And we are going to have all these questions together in the last session. With these few words, I just like to thank you. Even I am not going to give my comments over here in details because we are already running quite late.
Thank you so much, Professor Chattopadhyay, for chairing this session. May I now request Professor Chattopadhyay to please give away mementos to fellow speakers and dignitaries. To Professor Sunil Puri, Registrar, Shillong University. To Professor Dr. Bashav Chaudhary, Principal, Heritage Institute of Technology and former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University. to Mr. Yasuhiro Yonehara, First Secretary, the Embassy of Japan in India, and Education Attaché to India. May I request for the memento which I can hand over to Professor Chattopadhyay, please? Thank you so much, Professor Chattopadhyay, for chairing this session. So with this session, we end panel one. The topic was internationalization of Indian higher education, setting the context for India. We would break for lunch right now for 40 minutes. We'll be back for the next session at approximately 10 past 2. 20 past 2, I'm sorry. For panel 2, Effective Strategies of Internationalization for India, which is being chaired by Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. I would request, since we are running late and behind the schedule, for you to please come back soon after the lunch so that we can commence the panel 2 session after lunch on time. Thank you. For the esteemed speakers, your speaker lunch has been provisioned at the speaker room. So we would request you to kindly join us there. Thank you.
The purpose of education is to prepare one for life. We spend 1/4 of our life learning. But can we say that our students are ready for life when their formal education ends? To make young minds of today ready for life and for the future, we must impart in them the skills that the future demands. Many future jobs have not even been imagined today. The world of tomorrow needs people who can solve problems creatively. Creativity is nurtured by using creativity in learning. Studies show that teachers that use technology in transformative ways are 2.5 times more likely to assign projects that foster creativity. Through project-based activities that integrate digital tools and real-world applications, students can tap into their creativity. More than 75% of teachers that regularly practice creativity in learning say their students often demonstrate problem-solving skills. The biggest problems of the world cannot be solved in silos. We have to train our future generations to work in teams. Collaborative learning enables them to do that. They learn to assign different roles in a group, listen attentively and accept different viewpoints, developing interpersonal and team skills. Collaboration also benefits teachers. 83% of teachers say they get new ideas for using technology in their lesson plans from their peers. Every student is unique. Education should not shun this. It should encourage and celebrate this diversity. Learning that leans into the natural tendencies of students is fun, engaging, and has longer retention. DTIA helps advance creativity, collaboration, and personalization in education. With DTIA taking care of most of the mundane tasks, teachers have more time to plan creative lessons, delivery techniques, and assignments that make students think and use their creativity. They have more time to attend to every student and collaborate with them on a one-on-one level. They can plan activities that nurture collaboration among students. They can also collaborate easily with their peers through DTIA's unified platform for students, teachers, and parents. DTIA's maps individual learning goals with personalized learning pathways that suit the learning style of every student. DTIA unlocks the power of technology to transform learning. Education is powerful, impactful, meaningful for every student. DTIA makes sure it stays that way.
More than 2 billion people around the world benefit from the technology solutions and services we provide. We are Trigen Technologies. Trigen is a global leader in enterprise digitalization solutions and services, trusted by government bodies, public sector entities, and corporate clients. In more than 25 countries and 4 continents, our clients trust us to provide quality, cost-effective solutions to their toughest enterprise technology challenges. Would you like to learn more about how we can help you? Visit www.trigen.com.
The purpose of education is to prepare one for life. We spend 1/4 of our life learning. But can we say that our students are ready for life when their formal education ends? To make young minds of today ready for life and for the future, we must impart in them the skills that the future demands. Many future jobs have not even been imagined today. The world of tomorrow needs people who can solve problems creatively. Creativity in students is nurtured by using creativity in learning. Studies show that teachers that use technology in transformative ways are 2.5 times more likely to assign projects that foster creativity. Through project-based activities that integrate digital tools and real-world applications, students can tap into their creativity. More than 75% of teachers that regularly practice creativity in learning say their students often demonstrate problem-solving skills. The biggest problems of the world cannot be solved in silos. We have to train our future generations to work in teams. Collaborative learning enables them to do that. They learn to assign different roles in a group, listen attentively and accept different viewpoints, developing interpersonal and team skills. Collaboration also benefits teachers. 83% of teachers say they get new ideas for using technology in their lesson plans from their peers. Every student is unique. Education should not shun this. It should encourage and celebrate this diversity. Learning that leans into the natural tendencies of students is fun, engaging, and has longer retention. DTIA helps advance creativity, collaboration, and personalization in education. With DTIA taking care of most of the mundane tasks, teachers have more time to plan creative lessons, delivery techniques, and assignments that make students think and use their creativity. They have more time to attend to every student and collaborate with them on a one-on-one level. They can plan activities that nurture collaboration among students. They can also collaborate easily with their peers through DTIA's unified platform for students, teachers, and parents. DTIA's maps individual learning goals with personalized learning pathways that suit the learning style of every student. DTIA unlocks the power of technology to transform learning. Education is powerful, impactful, meaningful for every student. DTIA makes sure it stays that way.
More than 2 billion people around the world benefit from the technology solutions and services we provide. We are Trigen Technologies. Trigen is a global leader in enterprise digitalization solutions and services, trusted by government bodies, public sector entities, and corporate clients. In more than 25 countries and 4 continents, our clients trust us to provide quality, cost-effective solutions to their toughest enterprise technology challenges. Would you like to learn more about how we can help you? Visit www.trigen.com.
The purpose of education is to prepare one for life. We spend 1/4 of our life learning. But can we say that our students are ready for life when their formal education ends? To make young minds of today ready for life and for the future, we must impart in them the skills that the future demands. Many future jobs have not even been imagined today. The world of tomorrow needs people who can solve problems creatively. Creativity in students is nurtured by using creativity in learning. Studies show that teachers that use technology in transformative ways are 2.5 times more likely to assign projects that foster creativity. Through project-based activities that integrate digital tools and real-world applications, students can tap into their creativity. More than 75% of teachers that regularly practice creativity in learning say their students often demonstrate problem-solving skills. The biggest problems of the world cannot be solved in silos. We have to train our future generations to work in teams. Collaborative learning enables them to do that. They learn to assign different roles in a group, listen attentively and accept different viewpoints, developing interpersonal and team skills. Collaboration also benefits teachers. 83% of teachers say they get new ideas for using technology in their lesson plans from their peers. Every student is unique. Education should not shun this. It should encourage and celebrate this diversity. Learning that leans into the natural tendencies of students is fun, engaging, and has longer retention. DTIA helps advance creativity, collaboration, and personalization in education. With DTIA taking care of most of the mundane tasks, teachers have more time to plan creative lessons, delivery techniques, and assignments that make students think and use their creativity. They have more time to attend to every student and collaborate with them on a one-on-one level. They can plan activities that nurture collaboration among students. They can also collaborate easily with their peers through DTIA's unified platform for students, teachers, and parents. DTIA's maps individual learning goals with personalized learning pathways that suit the learning style of every student. DTIA unlocks the power of technology to transform learning. Education is powerful, impactful, meaningful for every student. DTIA makes sure it stays that way.
Can we request all our delegates, esteemed delegates, to please join us back in the ballroom for our panel session 2? Our panel session 2 is on effective strategies of internationalization for India. May I request our esteemed delegates to please come back to the ballroom so that we can start our next session. May I request our esteemed speakers for panel 2 also to come back to our hall for us to be able to start the session. দুজনকে আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি। Yeah, be a little alert on the phone, please. That only on emergency. I can't see Professor Chandai and Dr. I need to start the session. The rest speakers are on here. Please, Onake Bolu, that is starting. And call his name. It's not for the survey. I can't start the session. Okay, we are all waiting for him to start the session. Partner, I don't know that. One minute. We are commencing our panel 2 on effective strategies of internationalization for India. Towards the same, may I call upon our session chair, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, to come up on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I call upon Professor Pankaj Jalote, Founding Director, IIT, Delhi. Please come up on the dais, Professor Jalote. May I call upon Professor Partho Chatterjee, Professor and Head of the Department of Economics, Shiv Nadar University, to please come up on dais. Triple IT. I missed one. I would like to repeat, and I stand corrected on announcement. Professor Pankaj Jalote is Founder Director on IIT Delhi. May I call upon Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Somaya Vidya Vihar University. Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai. Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Somaya Vidyavihar University. May I request Professor G.D. Sharma, while we are expecting Professor Pillai anytime, may I request Professor G.D. Sharma to please commence the session because we are running behind schedule. Professor G.D. Sharma, Session Chair, Vice President, AIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. May I request you to start the session? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to every one of you. And after having very sumptuous lunch, immediately we are assembling here. And the time allotted to us is 45 minutes now instead of 1 hour. So we have 4 honorable speakers in this session. And the main, our discussion topic is effective strategies of internationalization of higher education for India. This is the second technical session in this series of today. And we have very eminent speakers, Professor Pankaj Jalote Saab, Founding Director, Triple IT, Delhi. Professor V.N. Rajshekharan Pillai, former Director NEC, former Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, and now Vice Chancellor Somaya University. He is also a teacher and researcher in the field of chemical science and has created a research group in the area of biopolymers and peptides. His researches are recognized world over. Professor Jalote, who has contributed significantly in the field of information technology. He is also the author of CMM in Practice, published by Edison Wesley, 1999, a book that has been translated in many languages, including Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. Professor Partha Chatterjee is the professor and head of the Department of Economics, Shiv Nadar University. He has his PhD in economics from University of Minnesota, USA, and Professor Chatterjee's research interests are broadly in macroeconomics, international economics, and issues related to emerging economies in the world. Dr. Myrena Flores, who is on our online speaker, is Executive Director, Center for Digital Transformation, Imperial College Business School, South Kensington Campus, London. She is the co-founder and president of Lean Analytics Association, Switzerland. She will be present virtually. Not taking much time, I would request Professor Pankaj Jalote to share his views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks very much to organizers for inviting me. So the title of our session is Strategies for Internationalization. So in some sense, internationalization is taken as something to be done. and then we are talking about strategies. Okay, so I thought what I'll do is just first internationalization or globalization. To my mind, I think different people will give different meanings. What does it mean? So let me just start with, I see three clear dimensions of internationalization. One is global cooperation at the student and research level, which has been going on, I think, long before the modern India came about. That international globalized collaboration in science and research has been there for as long as we know, right? That's, I think, that way research and education globalized long before commerce and industry globalized, right? We have records of doing that. So there are two main facets it takes, or three main. One is exchange of faculty, researchers, exchange of students, and then joint projects. Actually, since this has been there for a long time, mechanisms for all of them exist. The trouble is that while we see faculty from our side going to other places, students from here going to other places, we don't see corresponding inward movement. And we don't see too much of joint research projects. There are some. So to my mind, if this, and this is all good, there is really very little side effects, not so desirable side effect. It should be promoted. It's largely far more in the government domain, but somewhat in individual institutions domain also. But I would say if something is to be done here, find ways to get people from other countries to come here. Our students are always ready to go. You find them in opportunities, they're ready to go. Summer internship, semester internship, you name it. Okay. So I think the challenge here is this, and it requires careful thought. But it will probably require funding also. So that's the first aspect, I think, of globalization, in my mind, exchange of people and jointly doing stuff. The second, which I think is probably what might have triggered this, is this whole idea of institution level globalization. Institutes from India becoming global by having presence outside, and institutions outside having presence in India. I suspect that's perhaps been one of the thought processes behind this. So let's take these two things. Institutions from India becoming global. Now for this, I would first just, why do we want to internationalize? Go outside, bring other people. What should be the goal? So actually all of us would agree there are major challenges for Indian higher education are well known. You need to improve the quality of education. Absolutely everybody knows, understand. Increase the capacity, because our capacity is still limited. And our GER is going to increase, our population is increasing of youth. So we need to increase the capacity. So that's, and the third, of course, everyone knows is financing, right? You need money. So therefore, now if we look at these two questions, why go outside and why bring other in, we need to measure it against these three. To my mind, Indian universities going out serves very limited purpose. First, only high quality universities can do that. Low quality institutions, who wants them outside? People don't want them inside even. So if only high quality institutes can go out, they are so much in demand here that they don't need to go and get business, so to say, outside. They can just expand in India as much as they want. If IIT was to, instead of taking 3,000 students, if they were to take 30,000, is there any shortage? Of course not. So what is the purpose of going abroad? And also payment capacity. We've seen people quoting numbers, 1.3 million students going abroad, paying tens of thousands of dollars. Quality education people pay, people realize it. We've seen it on and on. So I don't see what would be the reason to go outside. Branding, etc. There are some possibilities. And also going outside, then you're competing in the global market of Australian universities, UK universities, American universities. Once you go to a third country, and to what end, right? These countries have excess capacity. They are funding it, they are putting excess capacity there. Financing, one can say. So but let me say, since it's about strategies of doing it, if an institution must do it and is capable of doing it, let's say, then I would suggest it should be kept in mind that this outward foray can actually be used to expand the inward, the main domestic play that you have, by getting people there, bringing them here, rotating people, etc., etc. So there is a possibility, should you must do it, I submit that the biggest game for good quality institutions is in India for the next decade or so. And you can just expand and do that here. There are challenges, and therefore you can go out and get. Now, the second aspect of bringing foreign universities to come to India. Actually, while there has been a lot of resistance, if you look at the three goals, increasing capacity, increasing high quality education, and financing, in this case, somebody else will pay, it's actually just motherhood statement. You want good universities to start. If they happen to be outside, hey, look, who cares? I would like to see as many opportunities for our boys and girls to be within India to be able to get good quality education here. So there is, first of all, just for increasing capacity, it's going wonderful. And then when you bring in these kinds of systems, people who will come in are going to be very sophisticated in the business of education. They would have long histories to do that. We are likely to learn, as we have seen when a lot of, in the software industry and others, when we saw international players also come, it just improves the ecosystem. So there's going to be benefits that will rub off because we will have now new thinking, different kinds of thinking at the very least. So I see benefits even in there. So the strategy here, now again to the question that we have, strategy which is really not in individual institutions' domain, it's really a government policy, this thing. And I understand that the concern that, hey, look, somebody will come and because there's shortage of education, you'll fleece students and so on and so forth. I get that. So there's actually a very simple strategy, right? Just allow anybody who will ensure that they have a substantial PhD program. Let's say 10% of your student population is PhD. If you just think about it, PhD is a cost center. You don't make profit in PhD, you have to spend money in PhD. And if you have a high quality institution coming or any institution coming that is doing decent PhD, it's also increasing our own ecosystem availability of faculty. So I've sometimes argued that all these other rules, top 100, top 500, this, that, all you need to say is, hey, look, X% of your students must be PhD students. And the PhD quality has to be, and no good university wants to compromise on their brand by doing substandard PhD. Nobody wants to do that. Okay. So that was this part. And now the third portion, and then I think my time would be done and I will. The third portion about internationalization. So one is about collaboration. The second is about institutional movement. The third is about movement of people. Now, our students have been going abroad for studying, not a problem. Our faculty has been going abroad. So many faculty of Indian origin, Indian PhDs doing there. That's not a challenge. So our challenge is really to see if we can have international students studying here or international faculty teaching here. Okay? My feeling is we are kind of far still from attracting international students to come here. We'll get a few, but you see, our students go abroad not just because the quality of education is good, but there is a host of other things around it that makes a destination attractive. I think we are kind of far to attract foreign students. But I think we have not thought enough about attracting foreign faculty. I think for some reason, we just thought we can't attract foreign faculty. Okay, but that's probably not true. I mean, even in my startup in the IIITD, when we were just starting up, at least 4 or 5 foreign faculty, genuine foreign people with not NRIs. I'm not talking about NRIs coming to your India experience. I'm talking genuine foreign faculty. The thing here to look for is when we think foreign, we think UK, US, Australia, because that's where our kids are going. But that's not where you're going to attract them. There is, if you travel around, you find there is a lot of talent in some countries which are not that highly paying to their faculty. And I have always felt it would be a very smart strategy to go to such places and start attracting faculty. And I can tell you some of our decent salary levels are not too far. So let me just name a few. I mean, when I would travel, I almost always check for faculty salaries, right? So I have a little sense. Turkey, fairly advanced country, right? It's a European, almost a European country if you go there. It's a fairly per capita income, probably 8 times that of us. But the salaries are probably $1,000. I mean, that's what our assistant professors make. Spain, a couple of years back, I went there talking $2,000-3,000. Again, not beyond the realm. Many of the East Asian, East European countries. So I submit, in people, going out is not a challenge. Bringing in is a challenge. We seem to focus, let's get international students coming here. I think that's not going to happen in the near future. Maybe some institution will crack it. It's a hard problem. But I think bringing faculty is easier. First of all, the volumes are lower. You're not going to get thousands and tens of thousands. You're going to get hundreds of them. It's possible to manage them, provide them housing, decent support system to be able to do it. And the reason I think we just didn't do it, because we thought, hey, look, the salary is $10,000. How will I afford that? But that's not the case if we look smart enough. Russian Federation, my understanding is, I've never been to Russia, but my understanding is that they extremely talented people that you see globally, extremely talented, and researchers and scientists, and just top notch. And I think they have good affinity to India. And I think we should be able to attract some of them. So the strategy here in terms of movement of people, I would say, would be to focus on faculty first, and later on attracting foreign students. And not to just think faculty is only these big 4 or 5 countries which are known as destination, but go out where the talent is, and the talent is perhaps not being compensated so differently than us that we can't afford. So I would rest here with my points. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Our next speaker is Professor Rajsekharan Pillai. I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajsekharan Pillai.
Thank you, Professor. Chair of the session, my friend, Professor G.D. Sharma, Summit Chair, Professor Malabiga Sarkar, distinguished panelists, colleagues here, distinguished chancellors and vice chancellors of the universities, other representatives from the Indian Chamber of Commerce, friends from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the organizers for extending me an invitation to talk in this particular panel. The summit chair, Professor Malabiga Sarkar, has set the tone of this particular one-day deliberation. In her introduction, she said 2 things very significantly about universities: knowledge creation and knowledge transfer. I have been hearing all the speeches. I don't want to repeat any of those things which are very relevant. So probably I will add something more to those contributions. Knowledge creation can happen. Knowledge creation has to happen in universities. The teachers and students, whether it be research students, teachers and students, and the academics, they should consider universities as knowledge creation centers. And then the so created knowledge has to be appropriately transferred through teaching. And consultancy is a byproduct of this thing. So that is the purpose of it. We are talking about universities. In the report, I heard that we have 1,100 universities and 45,000 colleges. And as per the new education policy, these 43,000 colleges are going to be converted into universities also in the years to come. Even how Herculean a task is that we do not know. So when it comes to universities, I used to say that universities is a place open to ideas, open to people, and open to places. And therefore, internationalization is not a new thing for a university. Internationalization, globalization, bringing of cultures together is the innate characteristic of any university. If the universities in the world have existed and sustained, it is because of that particular concept of, irrespective of caste, creed, nation, university is a place open for ideas, open for people, and open for places. That is ultimately the idealism of internationalism. So when we just look at knowledge creation, probably I'm basically a scientist, a research scientist. Of course, I have been a teacher for maybe for the last 5 decades, more than 5 decades, 51 years, I have been a teacher in the university system. So we have to just look at knowledge creation, what is happening to research. I see in this audience that we are, of course, this is a public-private participation in the sense that most of the vice chancellors and heads of universities or private universities here, most 99% is private universities, I am told. So they are all maybe definitely from the public education system. Therefore, there is nothing like private and public in the university system, or for that matter, in any case. We are all contributing to the society. So if you just look at research creation, we have to just look at scientific research. Any institution which has a very strong research background in any subject, that university will attract students from all over the world. And this has happened in India also. In C.V. Raman's time, Satyendranath Bose's time, all these things happen. Here also, now in India, to some extent it is happening. I am an incorrigible optimist. Even now things are happening. So if you come to research, we can see that day by day, our importance of research is getting a little bit diminished. Of course, policy documents are there, support is there, but to support research in a significant way in this country, it's a Herculean task. And even when it comes to research, of course, University Grants Commission has come out with a lot of new facilitative ideas, regulations, but it is also very important that we should look at the quality of research happening in our universities. And now it's not just competition, it's collaboration between institutions. Then only the real research can happen. When the National Education Policy was announced, on that particular day, I was organizing a conference chaired by Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who is the mastermind behind the National Education Policy in paper. So we have seen that on that particular day, we were discussing what will happen to experiment. It was COVID, and August 2020, it was COVID time. So what will happen to experimental science in the country? All the academies of science, presidents of the science academies, I'm also a scientist, were there, CSIR head, where DST secretary was there. And then we were worried. What is happening in laboratories? Institutions are getting, students are not coming to the laboratory. There is no possibility. I'm really worried. On that day, of course, he got a call from the Prime Minister of India that the policy is going to be implemented. And then after the next year, March, Science and Nature publishes what is the status of research in all the countries in the world. And usually it comes in the month of March, Nature and Science publishes. And that particular COVID year was the year of science. Maximum collaboration happened between institutions across the world. Maximum collaboration happened between, irrespective of cadre, irrespective of status, assistant professors or junior scientists interacting with Nobel laureates and getting collaborated. Lot of collaboration. That's the power of technology, a power of probably compulsion, all these things. It was the year of science. So when you just look at all these things, They also published about the quality of research happening in the various countries. And but in our country, lot of untoward things are happening in research publications. For example, maximum number of predatory journals is there in our country. Day by night operators in conferences are happening. Publications are happening. Anyway, UGC has come out with some sort of recommendation. Publication is not mandatory, but of course it's promoted, but it's not mandatory. That's also a more or less good sign. So we have to just look at the quality of research. And then we have to just look at what is happening in premier universities in the world where the maximum number of Indian students or other country students are coming. It is definitely the research ambience. Of course, the ranking, NIRF ranking, QS ranking, all these things are mentioned. I am not going into such details. So quality of research is very important. And then interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary nature in higher education and research higher education is very important. For example, in this country, of course, there were institutions where a mathematics professor, an MSc in mathematics can become the Indian Institute of Science chemistry professor. There were, of course, these are all recent cases I'm saying. There are mathematicians who are becoming getting Nobel Prizes in experimental sciences. There are cases like that. There are people of literature getting Nobel Prize in science and all that. Such things probably, when we just look at the interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary promotion of higher education, we have to just look at these things. I know a case of another physics professor in our university, in our higher education and research establishment system. We can just getting professorship in a biology, and then she becomes the head of an applied research institute in the country. We talk about knowledge and applied knowledge. We think that just by adding the word applied, the science will become just applied. No, nothing like that. There is knowledge and its application only. There is nothing like knowledge and applied knowledge. There is nothing like mathematics and applied mathematics, chemistry and applied chemistry. If you know chemistry, you will, and also the context of chemistry, you will also know how to apply that context. And therefore, these what is it, bifurcations, these words should go. Without understanding the basic sciences, how can you apply that science to anything? This is precisely what is happening. Probably some changes are happening. The fundamental research, maximum number of fundamental research are supported in the so-called developed countries by big companies. Basic sciences are supported. For example, GE supports the largest number of basic science institutes in the US. There are cases like that. Maybe industries have to come to support basic sciences, basic knowledge. And then, of course, when it comes to teaching, we should also understand we are providing knowledge and skills for enhancing the quality of life and life management systems. This has to be understood. Knowledge and skills, and that is only the text of education. And this text of knowledge and skills need to be applied to the society. And if we want to apply this, if that person whom we are educating, as teachers who are educating, he wants to apply that knowledge and skills to the society in all its dimensions, he or she should understand the context of the knowledge and skills. And this text-context correlation is nothing but the social relevance of knowledge. Every knowledge area has this social relevance, and this context of knowledge and skills varies from time to time, place to place. It's very dynamic in nature. And it has a social context, it may have a cultural context, it can have industrial context, depending upon the subject. Unless and until we create a situation in our universities to provide knowledge and skills along with an understanding of the context of the knowledge and skills, humanities, social sciences, cultural studies, religious studies, all these things are belief systems. All these things are very important. Varies from, maybe in proportion, it may vary from time to time and place to place. And therefore, rationales of internationalization in education. There is an idealism that is internationalization of higher education can generate a more democratic, fair, and equal world with regard to international cooperation. That's a very idealistic thing, but that is where we have to concentrate. Whether it be economics, whether it be what is that, our GDP, all these things are related to that. Then there is an instrumentalism in internationalization of higher education. It is policymakers on developing the level of transparency and mobilization between national and education systems, the policymakers and institutions. We are all autonomous. But at the same time, we have to work with the regional government, we have to work with the national government, then only we can just think about the transnational governments. So enabling and simplifying the mobility of people, as earlier it was mentioned, academic mobility. Academic mobility is very important. Integrating university degrees and grading system, etc. This has to be at a global level. We mentioned about the transnational qualification framework and all these things. So higher education is a very demanding factor for profit as well. For example, ensuring economic boost, then ensuring sustainable development. Higher education is very important. We hear a lot of policy papers and transforming ideologies of governments. That's also, higher education is very important. And then there's an educationalist perspective of internationalization. Educationists accept internationalization in higher education as a very significant way of broadening the academic experience of students and academics. Thank you very much. Academics. So these are some of the things which we have to. So ultimately, what is required is freedom, academic freedom, individual teaching freedom. We talk about that. That is the hallmark of any academic institution, hallmark of teaching and research. And the university should definitely look at it. And now the movement is that large number of private institutions are just given an act or statutes to run a university. That's good, but it's also very important that the state, central government or state, the state should also understand the importance of providing the appropriate infrastructure, appropriate capability, appropriate recognitions in that. So we have at the national level, at the public institution level, we have science academies in the country, in science. In social science also, academy like ICSR, such institutions are there. In literature, we have the Sahitya academies, whether it's State Sahitya Academy or Central Academy. These are all premier institutions. But we have to just look at how many of our institutions, 40,000, we are talking about 40,000 colleges where 80–90% of higher education is happening. How many of institutions, how many of the faculty members are part of these organizations, whether it be Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, and Sahitya Academy of Literature, that is the Sahitya Academy, ICSSR, Indian Council for Philosophical Research and all that. So I am of course, I am also part of a private university now, Somaiya Vidyavihar University in Mumbai. So I am mostly addressing the private universities, and therefore my thinking is that we should definitely, we should not provide fragmented higher education in private universities. We should provide holistic education in our universities. We have to empower our teachers, and only an empowered teacher who can teach, who can research, who can do research, and who knows the context of the knowledge and skills can really bring quality in higher education institution, and therefore strengthening the teachers, strengthening the autonomy of the teachers who teaches in the classroom. That is the ultimate thing of quality. And we have seen that institutions where such autonomy exists, those institutions thrive, and we should all become such institutions in the years to come. Thank you very much. I have several points to discuss, but these are the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. A number of suggestions have been put forward. Now we have next speaker, Professor Partha Chatterjee. I request Professor Partha Chatterjee to share his views, please.
Thank you. And well, thanks for inviting me. I'm glad to be part of this. You know, as a professor, I always dread teaching after lunch. And so is the case for conferences, right? Speaking right after the lunch. But hopefully, you know, what we are talking about and what I'm going to talk about is engaging enough to keep you awake after that big meal that you might have had, right? So I'll try to keep it short. Now, the theme of this session is strategies for internationalization for India, right? And now we can look at it from two perspectives. And being an economist, let me borrow jargon from economics, from a micro perspective and from a macro perspective. From a micro perspective, in the sense that we can think about from the institution or university's point of view about internationalization. Right. Whereas if you think about in a much more aggregate sense, like the NAP does and talks about internationalization for the country, we will get a little bit more macro view. Let me start with the micro aspect. And, you know, as the Dean for International Partnerships earlier for Shivnada University, I got to think a lot about building up strategy and also kind of executing that. So thinking about strategy for a university for internationalizing, the first thing I would say is that that is not separate from a strategy of the university. Internationalization is not by any means the end of it, right? It's the end goal for any of us, and many of us are at universities and places which are relatively new, which we are trying to build, is to build something that has an impact globally speaking. And that is the sense of internationalization I think we need to understand. So, you know, if we try to think about that, okay, what is it that it will take the university to be globally recognized, to have an impact globally, and to be part of that global network that can create knowledge as well as share knowledge. Right? So in that internationalization and the whole strategy of building up a university is kind of symbiotic. The first thing, of course, and Professor Jalote also mentioned that earlier, is that why do we want to internationalize, and is it for all, right? So the thing about internationalization is that it has to be about the quality. Both, as Professor Sarkar has said in the morning, about knowledge creation as well as knowledge dissemination, right? Or either. That's the choice of the university to a certain extent, and the strategies might be different based on either of them. And here, let me share an anecdote. In the morning session, there are a few anecdotes being shared, and as a nation, as we try to look back in time, you know, I grew up in a town called Asansol in West Bengal. It's not far from Nalanda, right? I don't have to tell you about Nalanda. So I visited Nalanda when I was in school. And it was awe-inspiring. And if you have not been to Nalanda, I strongly suggest that you be there. Now, if you think about globalization and internationalization and the notion of internationalization, as I said, that it's globally recognized, it has an impact, it's creating knowledge for the globe, for the whole world. Nalanda was up there, right? And it's most authoritative accounts of Nalanda we get from their international students. Now, it's not as if Nalanda was in a very easy to find place. It's middle of the country. It's even now, middle of forests and so on. So it's not as if people simply found Nalanda, nor did Nalanda have a troop of outreach specialists going out around the world and saying, come study with us, right? But it did manage to attract global attention, global students, had a global impact, and even today people talk about it, right? So how did it manage? Simply, it ensured that there was that sense of quality, that sense that, okay, this is a place which is at the frontier of global knowledge at that point of time, however that knowledge might have been. So I think that's the number one strategy in some sense that we can think of. And that's something for every university to think of, that whether or not that's a choice in some sense, but if you don't aspire to be out there, then it's much more difficult not only to internationalize, but also to build a university that lasts. Right? Now, as I said, I mean, the strategies can differ based on whether you're thinking about simply, well, I say it's simply, it's not simple, it's slightly complex, more complex than that, about knowledge sharing and dissemination, right? Or about knowledge creation. Now, when the discourse about internationalization of education and so on happens, it's almost entirely always about simply mobility of students and to a certain extent mobility of faculty. And in there, the knowledge dissemination part becomes very, very important. Now, for institutions in India, and now I extrapolate that to the country, attracting global students is a very, very difficult task. So if that is the goal, then we really have to think about, okay, why would students travel across borders, long distances, and so on to study? And again, I mean, one aspect, as I told you, is always about the quality. If you are able to establish that, then that's done, right? In some sense, you have that global reputation, you don't have to worry. But then otherwise, if you think about what has been successful, particularly for universities or colleges that are focused a lot more on teaching, let's say liberal arts colleges in US, right? Which have been attracting students across the globe, brilliant students across the globe, and faculty across the globe. There you have to again think about what is the innovation that you are bringing. Liberal arts from Germany to US and so on was something that was novel in some sense, but it continues to do a very important job, right? Now, when we are in India, when we are trying to think about building institutions in India, universities in India, we really have to think what really works in this local context. There are examples, global examples that we can take in, but what is it that would actually attract people from outside India to come? And if we are just taking examples and copying them for India, that's certainly not going to work, right? So here, I mean, and again, Professor Jalote also has mentioned, there's a bit of a challenge there here itself in terms of attracting students, because there is a mismatch already globally speaking, right? Mismatch is that here we have supply of students. It's large population and a very young population. So we have a huge supply of students already, right? Now, we have to cater to that, and in that, where does an international student fit in, right? So that's something that we need to think about a little bit, when not only, just trying to say, okay, we need more international students, but in our whole mission and the curriculum and the pedagogy part of it. What does diversity mean to us? What does it bring? And how can we actually achieve the mission of the university by using that, right? So I think there is a lot of scope of thinking about how innovatively we can build curriculum and programs And I think there's some universities and some colleges across the country are trying to do that. But the whole ecosystem within India has to mature enough to get a lot more traction, right? And probably we will get there. The second aspect, and that is something that has been really under talked about, is this knowledge creation part. Research, such, right? And again, I'm not saying that every university has to excel in all kinds of research. There are different ways of taking research forward and different avenues of doing that. But this, by the way, might be in some sense an easier route for internationalization. Right? One, scientist, and when I say scientists, I speak broadly about academicians, right? I mean, the people who are creating new knowledge. They naturally talk to their peers, collaborate, and so on and so forth. So there is already an existing network. The question is about transforming these individual relationships to a much more institutional and enduring relationships, right? The second is that even if you think about from a very narrow perspective of cost and all of that, and we all know PhDs are basically, it requires money and requires effort in building up PhD programs. But at the same time, if you think about it, that building up research programs in India, and I'm not talking about the capital cost here, right? I mean, in the morning session, again, people talked about how instruments are made outside India and it's costly and so on. That I completely agree to and understand. But the marginal cost of doing research is much, much lower in India.
Professor Parthu, please.
So the question is, can we leverage that? Can we think about building up research programs and ways of doing research with which we can collaborate with the rest of the world, right? And I think there's a big potential in trying to do that. Yeah. And I know I'm running out of time, but the last point that I wanted to talk about is the macro aspect of India. And in India, we are talking a lot about Indian universities trying to build campuses outside, as well as foreign universities we're trying to attract foreign universities to India. And here we have to be very, very, very careful. Because if you look at examples of universities opening up campuses outside their own countries and it's primarily with an objective of getting students or teaching, right? And also, often if you particularly look at NYU, Abu Dhabi, or many other Middle East campuses that were talked about in the morning again, or the now closed NUS Yale College, it's also been heavily subsidized by the governments of those places. Now, for India, does that work? What do we really achieve by trying to do that, right? So this is something that we really need to think hard about. And maybe some other time we can have some more discussions and thoughts on that. But overall, I think India is poised to be much more internationalized and globalized than what it is right now, not only in education, but otherwise too. And that's an opportunity for all universities. And when I'm saying opportunity, it's not in terms of just attracting students, or faculty, it's in terms of making an impact globally. Right. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Partha Chatterjee. I'm really sorry that we have to just curtail to manage the time. We have next speaker, Dr. Mirena Flores, Executive Director, Center for Digital Transformation, Imperial College Business School, South Kensington Campus, London.
Hello, everyone. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
So nice to see you, madam. Just
Yes.
1 second, I would like to say here for our this audience that Imperial College has produced Nobel laureate. And in our India, we do not want to give liberty to any college to give such an importance like Imperial College. We want to keep affiliation. So that mentality should go away, I feel personally. Sorry to say this sentence. Thank you very much. You are most welcome, madam, to share your.
Perfect. So I have prepared some slides. Do you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you all for your kind invitation. I have been listening to the previous speakers. It has been a pleasure to learn from you today. So just as a brief introduction of myself, I'm currently the Executive Director of the Center for Digital Transformation at Imperial College Business School, but I'm very, very happy to share that actually I'm a former student from IIT Madras. So I did part of my PhD program and I did a postgraduate course on technologies and sustainable development in IIT Madras. And it has been a pleasure for me to study in your country. I always felt like home. So first of all, thank you. So I will share some ideas and some reflections of my thoughts and my experience to think and help India to become more international, which I believe you already are. Of course, there are always areas for improvement. So one key thing that I think we all, in all universities around the world, need to think of first is where are we going and what are we doing as a planet? So what are those mega trends that are affecting our lives as citizens in our countries and citizens in the world? So how could we think of ideas and solutions, of course, as citizens and scientists in universities? And how can we solve challenges together with society and, of course, also with organizations, with companies, with governments, right? So keep in mind the mega trends, to be aware about them is super important. One of the things, by the way, I'm working right now in Imperial College, but I worked more than 10 years in the Polytechnic of Lausanne in Switzerland. And we have already several years when we identify megatrends or an organization, no matter if it's a company or a government or anybody could come to us and propose a challenge. We already have, and I have been also to India. I am aware that you also do a lot of this, but hackathons are one way to integrate and look for solutions together with the students, with the companies, and of course with the knowledge from the university. So this has been a mechanism to start a collaboration. I'm very, very aligned with one of the former speakers from Japan, and he mentioned the way they are teaching right now in Japan is looking for challenges and having this virtuous cycle to solve problems together, to help the students not only learn theory, which is definitely important, but at the same time, look for challenges and solve them, learning on the process. The other thing that is very important is to share this mentality, this mindset to students, no matter if they are in engineering or in social sciences, that innovation and solving things is an iterative process that requires creation of knowledge. So this is the approach. This is the double diamond model. It's a way of, it's a framework. Of course, this is not the only one. There are different frameworks to look for problems, understand the problem space. And this when you research the market, you research the needs of the user, you research the needs of the particular problem that you are trying to solve, and then you solve it in an engineering way, or you solve it with different technologies, right? So just sharing some experiences, we just had a hackathon here in London with data consultancy services. So just to share an example, TCS shared 8 challenges from different customers around the world. And we did a hackathon in London and also virtually with many students. And now the next step would be, how do we solve these challenges, applying the double diamond that I shared before together with the customers from TCS Imperial College. So these are some ways that we are collaborating. And by the way, we invited good universities around the world to also join this challenge. And just to share a little bit about my experience and reflections, because I have been listening to you. I'm originally from Mexico. I left my country 25 years ago. I did my PhD in Milan, Italy. My topic was on open innovation. So I do believe emerging markets like Latin American markets and many markets that are not yet developed, let's say like that. Collaborating and understanding how this knowledge transfer process from the university, collaborating in networks, can help organizations to be more innovative and to also develop sustainable solutions. So that led me to study part of my PhD in IIT Madras and then another postgraduate course. And I was looking for very active regions. So I did study a city in Mexico, Madras in India, Milan in Italy, and Lausanne in Switzerland. So I compared how one university really impacts the region and the jobs and the innovation outputs of the company. So more or less to share also how the solutions are impacting sustainability. And I was listening to you, why could foreign students come to India? I think when you think of the current generations, the students right now, of course, everybody wants to have a high salary, but I believe many of the students nowadays are also interested to solve real problems, to solve things that make sense for the planet, beyond only having a high salary. So actually, that was my motivation personally also to go to India some years ago. So this is me. By the way, I had an Indian advisor in IIT Madras, and I can tell you he has been one of the best advisors I have ever had in my career. And it was an experience, a great experience to collaborate with him and with all the staff. So I was looking at your numbers, and of course you are motivated about the high number of students from India that are going overseas. And while you were talking, I was also looking for numbers. And I do believe, and I saw it also in IIT Madras, there are also a lot of students coming. And I mean, I don't know if this is a good reference. I just looked while you were presenting previously, and there are other references, but India is also receiving a lot of students, and maybe you are not aware about that, but you are a great country and you have a lot of how to say strengths. One of the strengths that you have, which is really, really important to attract students, is the fact that your university is teaching English. So a lot of programs in Europe had to be Switzerland, Germany, even Italy. Italy teaches only in Italian, but some universities in Europe needed to change their contents and the way of teaching to attract students. You don't have to do that. You already speak English and you already have high reputation for your research and for your quality of teaching. So this is just some reflections again. I also heard a comment in the morning about the high number of students going, and somehow some sort of someone mentioned that that these students are leaving your country. So I left my country also, and I consider myself like a hummingbird. So what I try to do, even if I am not in my country for the past 25 years, I consider myself and other students that leave their countries to study a hummingbird that can link your country and the opportunities that you have in your country with the overseas. Just to give you an example, I mentioned that I studied part of my studies in IIT Madras. While I was working in Switzerland as a researcher, I got 2 research grants from the Swiss government to do projects with India. So I did some research, again, knowing already my network from IIT Madras with Swiss companies. I did a lot of interviews in Bangalore on different topics about this project. And additionally, I was teaching entrepreneurship in emerging markets, and I proposed a course where the students in Switzerland could collaborate with students in IIT Madras. This could have not been possible if I was not a student in IIT Madras and know the country. So I think you can leverage your students, the Indian students that are abroad, which I'm pretty sure they do because Indian people are very, very, they love networking and they are very smart. How do you leverage all these students that are abroad to network with India? So I think just as a reflection of strategies, how could India become more international? We can try to find strategies and not strategies, challenges to solve together. We could organize hackathons to link your students with ours, so that our students, or I mean global students, could also know more about what India is doing. Develop joint training programs. So just as an example, my entrepreneurship in emerging markets program was very, very successful. Both Indian and the students in Switzerland were extremely happy to collaborate in my class. Definitely faculty exchange somehow, and someone else mentioned bringing some faculty to India, sending some of your faculty outside of India. So start making these connections, research and diffuse global trends. So actually, I was invited in 2019 to a conference in Calcutta, India, and since then I have done more collaboration with India. Actually, I'm here talking because of that collaboration, of that conference I participated. So that conference was about data science trends that we had a survey with my Indian, let's say, partner there in Calcutta. So research and get to know data and facts together. So try to do these research projects together. Look for this university industry collaboration, just as I was sharing with TCS. And by the way, my PhD was about that. How could we attract foreign students to go to India to solve challenges for industry together with professors and academics in India? I think that's hands-on is very important. And last but not least, of course, create networks. So start understanding what topics are important for your research in India, which academics outside also work on this. How could you attract students to come to India to collaborate on those challenges? And there are a lot of opportunities also to solve on sustainability and so in India and other countries. And of course, virtual communities. And someone also mentioned there could be a lot of new programs that we could also do, or India can propose online. So online programs with a lot of nice content, interesting topics that could attract a lot of international students, even virtually. So basically, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very crisp, pointed, focused, and very clear, and also making it that it can also be easier for us to implement and go in this direction. So that is the beauty of, or what we call it, quality of speech also. So we have to learn all these things, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now 5 minutes for question and answers. So yes, please. Please be focused in the question and pinpointed, and one question only from one person. Thank you.
All right. The session has been great. Since morning, things have been going very well, and there's a lot of learning. My question is for
making education internationalized, shouldn't we focus on our own indigenous element? Suppose we are from like whatever place we are from, India or maybe a state or maybe a district. So whatever the qualities we have, shouldn't we highlight that? And the second question is, shouldn't we? Okay, thank you, sir. So that is associated basically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Because the topic is internationalization, that is why all focus is given to internationalization. For your topic, there are several other seminars, so I think that will be okay.
Probably you said, internationalization is for Indian knowledge or Indian systems.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So that no, that is not. That should not be. That was his question. That should not be. That is, but that we have to. Of course, our strength has to be in Ayurveda, yoga.
Yes.
All these things, philosophy that we have to promote. But unless and until we have to see knowledge as a whole. For example, there may be good science here, good economics here.
Yes, sir.
Good philosophy here, good humanities, good literature. So all these things we have to promote, not just study India program just to look at it. But this has to be strengthened. That's a different.
Sir, actually, the thing is, the science that produces scientists fine, but literature doesn't produce poets, writers. Why? Because students study and they remain limited to that only. Similarly, if we have a lot of things around us and if we focus on that and focus on highlighting that, we can be good scientists, good Nobel laureates and like that. That was actually my humble submission.
Poets.
Sorry, sir.
Anyway, okay, that's okay. I think good suggestion. Any other question? Yes, please.
I think to make our education system attractive, our teachers should be much more attractive and friendly. In India, we find teacher-student relationship is very hostile. That is one of the reasons we are unable to attract. So first step to be taken to make our teacher friendly, then we can attract others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good question as well as answer you have already given. But only thing we have to see the last presentation that 42% increase in last 5-7 years. So that is a good indication and slowly only it will go. And slowly other things will also improve. What we feel now, because this NEP 2020 is in the process of implementation and it will provide lots of opportunities, lot of answers. Thank you very much and good suggestion. Any other question? So if there is no more question, because we are also there to cover the time, thank.
A good photograph of our esteemed panelists. May I request Professor Sharma to kindly hand over the mementos to our panelists, Professor Pankaj Jalote, Founding Director, IIIT Delhi, Professor V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Somaiya Vidyavihar University, Professor Partho Chatterjee, Professor and Head of the Department of Economics, Shiv Nadar University. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude the second panel discussion and we move on to the next panel. May I request, the last session is India as a higher education destination for the world. May I request Professor Malavika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, who is also our esteemed summit chair, to please be on dais, ma'am. We will meanwhile quickly change the name boards. Professor Malvika Sarkar, she is already on dais. May I request may I request Mr. Amitabh Chingan, Partner Delhi EY Parthanan, to kindly come on stage. Mr. Alok Tibrewal, Managing Trustee, Omdal Group of Education and Research Society. We also have Dr. Anirban Chakraborty, AVP, Research and Academic Development at Ashoka University. We also have Professor Shobhik Bhattacharya, Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani, already there online, and Professor Shomak Rai Chaudhary, Director, Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, online with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final panel discussion of the day. This is the panel that will look at India as a higher education destination. And here we have two panelists on the dais and two other panelists who are going to join us virtually. I think I should first introduce all four panelists to you, and then we can get started. So I think Professor Shobhik Bhattacharya is already online. Professor Shobhik Bhattacharya is Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani, and earlier he was Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. Professor Bhattacharya is a member of the Research Council of CSIR CGCRL, the General Council and Executive Board of ISM, Dhanbad, and the Civil and Mechanical Engineering Project Advisory Committee of SERB, DST. He's going to join us virtually. The other speaker who will join us virtually is Professor Shomak Rai Chaudhary. He is an astrophysicist, currently director of the Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Ayuka at Pune. Earlier, the Dean of Science at Presence University in Kolkata. He will join us virtually too. And he, of course, amongst his many other interests and achievements, he was recently co-chair of the committee that compiled the vision document for astrophysics for India in the next decade. We have also in person on the days, Mr. Amitabh Chingan, who is the partner in the EY Partner in International Education Practice. He has a wide range of interests, And we look forward to hearing from him. And finally, Mr. Alok Tepriwal, the Managing Trustee, Om Dayal Educational and Research Society, from whom in particular we're looking at this particular theme of this panel from the perspective of students from school to university. So the entire day, there have been moments when we have spoken about India as a possible higher education destination for the world. And we have a very distinguished set of panelists who will be speaking to us now. And we start with Professor Shobhik Bhattacharya, who of course has a great deal of knowledge in both ways because his university also has an overseas campus. So over to Professor Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much, Professor Malavika Sharkar. I don't know how many of you know that she was my direct teacher for a full semester. Okay, 46 years back, that's all right. But it's always scary to speak in front of your teacher, but I'll try my level best. My fellow panelists, of course, Shomuk is a good friend, Amitabh is a known friend, and others on the panel, participants, delegates, good afternoon. From Pilani, campus of this Pilani. Not many people will know where Pilani is or would have, but I thought I'll show you the clock tower and the background. That's our campus in front. This is what I'm looking into the crowd out through my window. So everybody talks about this huge imbalance in outbound and inbound number of students in India. I mean that's oft quoted numbers and very frustrating, very disappointing that India is not able to manage this. It still continues to, the outbound continues to grow and the inbound hardly falling around, stuff like that. Let me share my thoughts specifically on what clicks in the mind of a prospective student to choose a country as an overseas destination for his or her studies, not necessarily India. I mean, what are those issues when we opted for studying overseas? What are those points? Very similar. I don't think it has changed as much. Yeah, there has been some change over the decades. The studies, when I say studies, we are talking about undergraduate or graduate studies, and what are the pull factors? That's basically I'm looking at right now. I mean, later on, we may also want to think of a list of reasons for Indian students choosing to study in a particular country away from India, similar reasons. And then I'm going to, position those points in terms of how India fares against those criteria, those attributes as a nation, as a country for overseas students as a destination. So, very obvious from world-class quality education, brand of the institute included, very lucrative professional and placement options. I think those are very obvious things. We look for a destination that's full of opportunities. That's the key word. I mean, people go and study, they also look for even beyond that study, additional opportunities. And those opportunities are important, I would say, both during the studies. A lot of people look for work opportunity to earn some money and so on, in addition to whatever fellowship they are getting. And during the studies and also after. Of course, after the degree, people look for placements. So the quality of life and all that stuff in that particular country, and also the opportunity, permission to work, and so on. All that I'll probably go into a little more detail later. So as international graduate students, as I said, many of us also experience that, and many of them are present in this panel. We also look for a country that accepts foreign students with open arms. That's another aspect. Are culturally and socially compatible. We don't have any major discriminatory difficulties. I'll use the word racism here. Those issues also work in our mind. They are important. Acceptable law and order situation, political stability, all those things also work in our mind. We want to go to a country where I can have a peaceful, no jhamelas, as you say in India. English as the primary language of communication, that helps. Typically, I can't imagine being in a non-English speaking country as I was during my grad studies, because I would not know that language at all. It will be an additional headache or a responsibility as well to learn that. Now let's flip it around. I'm going to flip it around and look at when an overseas student looks at India as a destination for his or her studies. Again, we are talking about undergraduate or postgraduate or doctoral studies. He or she will also look at many of these attributes, isn't it? They will. How do we fare as a country, as a destination on these asks? That's my little examination here, introspection as well. So are we going to be a sought after destination on these counts? Well, if we were, then we would not be having this discussion, right? And let's examine one by one. Let's see, a little more details. So quality of education, that's the paramount importance always. We don't want to take all this trouble to go to another place and then get a very modest education. That's never an aspiration for anybody, I think. So the majority of students, they are attracted to something affordable, but definitely a renowned place to study, because that degree, that brand, consistently ranked among the world's top universities, that helps in our future career entirely. I think the rest of the career, that always helps. It always helps that you are in a top 5 school, you did your PhD. That's a huge, beautiful presence on your CV. Because pedigree is important, because it does help in making the person that we are. They look for obviously an exceptional higher education system that typically should be structured and focused on scholarly as well as application-based learning, I would say. The reputation of that particular system, as I said, can open international career prospects for overseas students. They probably would go places after the degree from India, right? And there the quality of the degree is going to matter. So I mean, all these comments, they could be biased, heavily biased, I would say, towards STEM education, because that's what I worry about. I work with typically, compared to Professor Sarkar, all her life, she, of course, in Ashoka, that's a different scene, but she would be, marvelous in talking about the liberal arts. I will be nowhere there. So pardon that bias, but I think some of these points would be generally true. So India's leading institutions, I would say, I use that word very important, very critically, it's a pivotal term there, leading institutions. They are considered to be very good globally across all disciplines, I would say. I mean, I remember, this could be a 10-year-old data point. I remember, not be 10, maybe 6, 7 years, that the English and Cultural Studies Department of Jadavpur University, my alma mater, was ranked within the top 20 by some ranking agency, global top 20. I don't think we often see that for any Indian program or institute. It's very rare. But then, did that program attract a very large number of international students? Did you even want it? Was there a structure? Was there a scheme? Nothing of that sort. I know, because I also worked in Jadavpur University. Yeah. So I think the aspirations have to be there, and then we work around that and create a framework around that to make it happen. So that doesn't happen in most of the institutes, I believe. So the other difficulties, if you are only talking about the top ones, the leading institutions, it is also true, it's almost like a catch-22. You want the top ones, but the top ones are very difficult to get in. Most of the students will find it extremely difficult to get through the very, excruciatingly difficult admission process there. Only, for example, BITS Pilani is not even a top 10 institute according to NIRF, but the acceptance rate is under 3%. I mean, where on earth you will see so many institutes where the acceptance rate is less than 3%? It's extremely tight by any standard. So entrance requirements are very restrictive. Options may not be available in many countries for those entrance tests, and so on. For example, if you want to study in the IITs, the JEE option is limited. They are offered in some countries, but not widely. Not like a SAT score, SAT exam or a GRE for that matter. So it's not a universal global test. So it is difficult. So we have kept our system like that. We haven't opened it up. Again, quality is a concern. So I'm not saying that you relax the quality, because we have about 450 overseas students. I'll talk about that, why that's not a grand scenario. But if you relax, I can easily admit 1,000 students, overseas students, holding non-Indian passports, but they won't be able to pass our exams. The quality is of very paramount importance, as I said. So the academic rigor of your institute has to be remembered while admitting students. If I am not going to have a very rigorous academic structure, I could be admitting less meritorious students and going gaga over that I have 1,000 international students. I can get a few more brownie points in most of the ranking agency processes. But that's not our aspiration, right? So, okay, so the second point is a very favorable immigration environment for these incoming overseas students. Now, there India could do well. India easily can do well, but somehow I have a feeling that India is not trying even, or maybe there are maybe initiatives on the anvil, I would not know. So quite often I hear this. I have heard from leading officers, IAS, education secretaries, and stuff like that of our country, that a large part of internationalization is done by knowledge diplomacy. This is a very important knowledge diplomacy. One of them is on the ground level is simply have very relaxed immigration policy, work permit policy, and so on. India isn't doing well there. I'll bring in the Australian example, because Australia is a very popular destination for Indian students, right? And it's a fair bit quality. It may not be the top 5 in the world, but fairly good quality students, at least in quality universities, at least in science and technology, I would say. So you need a welcoming immigration policy, right? So as I said, we could learn from Australia. So Australian universities typically for overseas students, if you do a degree in Australia, you will get a typically 3-year work permit right away. No question asked. But India does something, but a lot of questions asked, a lot of limits and restrictions and stuff like that. I'll go a little beyond. We are not even talking about an Australian degree for 4 years. So currently we are about to launch an academy, which is a beautiful dovetailing. It's not twining, it's a lot more than that, between a leading Australian university and us. So where they will probably spend 2 years in Australia for an undergraduate degree. And they will also be eligible for a 3-year work permit. The beauty of the attraction of the program is that way very interesting, because the degree is given by that Australian university and us together. It's a formal official degree by both institutes. And it's going to be a very sought after degree and program. So what I'm trying to say is that even a part degree, part meaning part of the time, 50% of the degree program is spent in Australia, they are still giving a 3-year work permit to make it attractive. They want the diversity. They want the international student to come over, the bright ones, of course. So our situation isn't that generous yet. The details are fairly known. I won't go into the nitty-gritties. So I believe we need to open up a lot more for job permits, not only after the degree, but also during the degree, because a lot of people, they need to earn money. And this is something many of us have enjoyed overseas as grad students during summers and stuff like that. So you need to open it up. I mean, there has been a little worry or anxiety about if we open it up, the overseas students, if they come in hordes, let's say we hope to see that someday, that it is going to dent our domestic job market for our kids, our students. Now that's a worry which could happen, but we need to look at. You need to look at numbers. We need to really study this well deeply. And I will say that this much, that a purely short-term commercial gain like this should not carve a progressive internationalization policy of the country. I think we should go beyond these few short-term things. India is large enough. The industrial scenario, the business scenario is brilliant compared to many other countries. So India should be able to absorb this little extra load in terms of international students getting jobs within the country. Getting or obtaining a student visa, the process and all that, it should be easy to get compared to other countries. That that is another issue. I won't go into the details. So those aspiring to study can also avail themselves of the convenience of securing internships offered by the universities. Again, those are, there are lots of challenges that we have to come up with solutions to those. We need those flexibilities for students to work simultaneously with studies in this country, overseas students. International students with a valid student visa can today work up to 20 hours a week with no cap during recognized vacations, right? That needs to be opened up a little more only during recognized vacations. The part-time work opportunity in every country helps students offset some of their living costs. We know that from personal experiences also. So in Australia, as I said, there are beautiful, very relaxed conditions. And also there are extra points on the permanent residence application if they have studied at an Australian institute. So India should also offer similar attraction that they can get a permanent residence status in India. So what I'm trying to finally say on this particular item is that we must critique factors caused by the government for a skewed inbound versus outbound mobility for us. We must present these arguments and let the Ministry of Education, and they go beyond seminars and symposia, take some actions. So favorable cultural environment goes without saying. This is very self-explanatory, very obvious. I won't dwell on it much. So I know a case, a foreign student, a Japanese student who got into one of the IITs, and I have first-hand experience of this, and he struggled with the food because he had to stay in the same hostel, and the hostel has this structured, you have veg and non-veg. That's the most flexibility you can get, and you have rice and chapati. That's the option you get. So he suffered. He suffered seriously, and I think finally he had to leave. He competed through JEE. And it was not easy for him. I met that guy and I felt so sad that couldn't do much. Our campuses, except the ones which are in big cities, they have very poor to, I would say poor to very poor infrastructure in terms of off-campus facilities outside the campus. Pilani, if you come to Pilani campus, the offerings outside the campus is next to nothing. If you go to Kharagpur, it's next to nothing. I mean, you can't get accommodation which is good quality. You can't get a restaurant which is giving international cuisine and stuff like that. That's not available. So what can the overseas student do? They are not going to accept this. They would not study with so much of discomfort and restriction. Classroom ambience, I just heard in the Q&A session, just concluding, is apparently hostile. Well, I have had better experience on this. Probably the institutes I was connected with were nicer. But if that's the case, that's not a good thing to have hostile ambience in a classroom. That international students don't like. So we need to address this array of issues, cultural issues and all that stuff. Cost of education, I think India would do very well. We shouldn't worry too much. I think it's going to be modest compared to many countries. So both on fees and cost of living as well, I would say. Very warm hospitality, I would say all that will count. But I guess support from the government on terms of scholarship to meritorious overseas students is something that needs to be organized. I'll come back to this in a little more detail if I get another opportunity to speak later. Multiple entry routes. Now, this new education, national education policy, NEP does talk about it, but we should have lateral entries and stuff like that. This creates flexibility. Maybe part of the early part can be done in their own country. They have some confidence on the institute, on the country, and on the curriculum, and then they finish it up over here. That sort of stuff can be done. Government efforts. Well, first of all, in most of the successful countries, successful in terms of internationalization, the government does nothing, actually. I mean, I'm not aware of any organized government efforts. It's actually left to the institute to do their own marketing, own facilitation of the whole process, the entire process. Here we have, we have EdSail, we have Ministry of Education and stuff like that, Study in India program and all that. If I go to that website, I don't get excited. It's not an inviting piece, particularly for a contemporary style. And if you, I think they should use, there are wonderful, the least one can do is have an attractive website and so on. but I'm not sure if all the government efforts they are yielding results. For example, I can't benefit from it as an institute from the ground. First of all, the schedules are, by the time they are activated, my admission is closed and they're much delayed and so on. So I think they should leave it to the institutes. Such central processes are at best very, very modest and so on. The portal is not going to be helpful. At least I'm not convinced that this is going to help. And then the one suggestion, okay, let me stop here and then come back to a few other points that I may want to touch upon later. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobik. Thank you very much. And thank you. I do recall that you had told me years later that I taught you for a semester, and it's wonderful to remember that. Thank you very much for pointing out a number of important issues, but because one of our panelists has a hard stop, so I'll just go ahead now and come back to those points towards the end. May I now invite Professor Shomak Rai Choudhury to please also join us virtually for his presentation.
Thank you very much. Professor Malvika Sarkar was also, of course, my, in addition to Professor Shobik Bhattacharya, I can say that Professor Malvika Sarkar was my Vice Chancellor when I was Dean of Sciences and Presidency in my previous job. I've had the pleasure to work with her, of course, for several years. I'll continue this theme that Professor Shobik Bhattacharya raised, I think, and let's see what the other panelists have to say about why would somebody want to study in India in the first place, and what will bring people to India. And of course, I've studied abroad. I went to England for my undergraduate and postgraduate studies, and it was the same reasons as was pointed out. What do people look for in Indian universities, and do we have them? And how can we get them? This is the question that we are grappling with, all of us. A student coming to study in India, of course, I mean, any foreign destination to any university would look for things like ranking, branding, things like these we don't have right now in Indian universities. We are not there in the ranks. We are not there in the brand building, the kind of brand building that needs to happen. Hasn't happened yet, and that's one of the things. One also goes to university for the milieu, and as you know, when you go to universities in your own country, why do people in the UK flock to Oxford and Cambridge? Why do people in the US go to Harvard, Yale, etc.? And that is because of the milieu and the peer group, the students, the teachers. These students, teachers stay with you all your life. So in India, people go to the IITs. If somebody goes to the Indian Institute of Science, these are our top-ranking institutions. What happens is that you meet the students who then you meet 40 years later, and they're in the top places in the country. You meet the the teachers who are by that time have become world-ranking teachers and researchers. This is one of the attractions of a university. And the people I was with in university, both in Presidency College in Kolkata, as well as at the University of Oxford, where I did my second undergraduate degree, many of my classmates and batchmates I see are in very, very visible roles all over the world. And that is an attraction. Now, are we building institutions in India which would be global destinations in which we can offer that? We can offer a milieu of people who you'll interact with all the time. You don't just go to classes, you actually hang out with people, you talk to people outside hours, etc., and you get to make connections. Can we offer these connections that will last a student's lifetime? So that's one aspect. The second aspect I'll briefly touch on before talking about the academic aspect, which I want to talk about, is whether we are providing a student-friendly environment. A lot has been discussed today, all day, about campuses. Talked about food, campus. Are the campuses friendly? Are the teachers friendly, etc.? But I think one of the major things for a foreign student coming to India, and I have dealt with many such students in Indian campuses, is the issue of general campus comfort accommodation, and safety. It's very difficult to attract women students if they don't feel safe, very difficult to attract any students at that age of undergraduate and graduate kind of level where they are unsure of the safety. In the morning, Dr. Tomar talked about how some cities are emerging to be student-friendly cities, and Pune was actually mentioned as part of that, and Manipal and places like that. But I live in Pune. I've lived in Pune for a long time. I do not think students feel safe in Pune. I don't think people feel safe in most of the big campuses in the country. And that is because we are not geared toward foreign students, and also general citizen safety is a big issue. People judge others for what the clothes they wear, the kinds of friends they keep. People are judgmental, and people are also predatory sometimes. And so this is a very, very important issue in academia today, globally, not just in India. So we have to think about that. And of course, we have to make hospitable accommodation and food arrangements. So that's part of it. I mean, a student does not go to a university for food. That is not part of the ranking system. I mean, I'd rather go to a restaurant for food. But what the major thing then comes, I mean, of course, we go to a university for people, and I've already talked about it. But the major thing is, of course, academics. Now let's talk about the graduate level academics and undergraduate level academics separately, and I'll be brief. Graduate level academics is, I think, the primary pull for students once one starts to build a system like this. If you look at how the US built its reputation as an academic destination, the graduate population went there first to do research, to do PhDs, do masters, and then the undergraduate population went there. The only countries that have been successful in building a good undergraduate level international population are the colonizing countries. England had these universities, and we, as ex-colonial countries, went to these places. France and Netherlands, their universities traditionally attract undergraduates from the countries they colonized. But in the modern world, the reputation of a university is built for its graduate level programs. And this is why Australia is doing so well, as Professor Bhattacharya said. It is because it has attracted students to its graduate programs, and now the reputation of the undergraduate programs are getting out. And India needs to do that. And to do that, I mean, I've been repeatedly hearing people say, people will come to India to do yoga and Ayurveda and Sanskrit and things like that. People have been coming to India to do these things for a long time. It's never stopped. And we won't get any more people coming to India to do Ayurveda in the universities. We have to build graduate programs that are internationally reputed, right? And these have to be in the core subjects. It has to be in English political science, languages, economics, on the humanities, social sciences, and then the STEM subjects, in engineering, in healthcare, in medicine. And as the previous speaker pointed out in the previous session, Dr. Flores pointed out that we have to be future ready. We have to look at future subjects. We are building for the next few decades. So we have to work on the environment. We have to work on healthcare. We have to look at problems that are coming for climate change and similar issues. These are the subjects that will attract people. Now, have we done that? Yes, of course we have. I mean, I'm sitting in an institute, a research institute, where we have foreign students everywhere, at every level, students and postdocs from the UK, from Canada, from, France, Australia, Russia, Ukraine. They're here. And they come to us because we do world-class research in astronomy. The world's largest radio telescope is just outside Pune, right? Built by Indians. We have to build that reputation to attract these people, right? And then in the Indian STEM education, I can tell you, there is enough reputation and expertise for the core subjects. We teach well and we guide well, right? So, and people have always come here attracted by that core academic facilities. What is happening now, and this is one most important thing that I will say today, is that India is getting into the big league in science. And I'm sure these large collaborations across the world is going to make a big difference in science and technology. And I'm sure this will happen and has already happening in the social sciences. In large worldwide projects. I mean, my subject, I can tell you, we are a part of building the largest telescope in the world in Hawaii. India is a partner along with Japan and the US and Canada, etc. India's putting in real money. India's building gravitational wave observatory, as you know, LIGO in India, along with the US. These are, and that will be on Indian soil, and people are going to come all over the world, from all over the world to work here. Already people are coming to the radio telescope I talked about, from all over the world, they come here to work. So that makes the place an academic destination. We have something to offer. In terms of experimental facilities, we are beginning to do that. And in terms of theoretical facilities, we always did. Now, very briefly, I'll talk about the other flip side of the coin. And that is, in addition to research, what do we have to offer in undergraduate education? The things that we have to offer are skills. Skills are the things that stay with an undergraduate, apart from the subject they do. And there, India has a lot to offer. We have always had a very rigorous education system in literature, in mathematics, in the sciences, whatever, in engineering, in medicine. Our doctors go through an amazingly good college training. We haven't been able to market it internationally as well. And if we can build them into brands where we offer our medical education, our education in the basic sciences and mathematics, Indian mathematics education is worldwide known for its rigor, right? Then India is known for software. Software skills we can offer everywhere, right? India produces the best software professionals in the world. So why don't we bring students here to learn computer science, to learn programming, to build these skills, to data sciences and things like that. Quantitative skills are very good in our education. Emphasizing these things and becoming future ready, these are the very, very important things, right? And I think Professor Bhattacharya said a very important thing. This should lead to job opportunities, and some of these initial job opportunities should come within the country, but some students come to these institutions to feel that they are employable. And so the employability should not get diminished. If, for example, somebody in a foreign country, be it North Africa, be it Latin America, be it North America, who feels that their employability is going to decrease by going to India and getting a degree there, just because they found that the degree in India was cheaper than the one that they got in their country. If their employability drops, then they're not going to come. So employability has to be one of the most important things. Finally, for governments, I want to give a message. Professor Bhattacharya is absolutely right that the visa situation for foreign students in this country is not good at all. The students want to come to India from countries who have a very, very tough time getting visas and student permits and things like that. I want to point out that education has always been one of the greatest tools for diplomacy. Knowledge diplomacy, science diplomacy, technology diplomacy, these are buzzwords everywhere now. Even at the height of the Cold War, Russian and American scientists were working together on problems to do with physics, chemistry, mathematics, everything, right? And it is academia that brings together people. Students who actually go to each other's universities become the diplomats of the future. They retain those connections, and they are the people who do diplomacy when they get into positions of importance and power. My message to the government who forms policies on this is, or anybody who forms policy, is that this should be kept in mind when we open up the knowledge space, the academic space, the university space for such interaction, for such exchanges, and not be restrictive at that level, because the future of diplomacy is in the universities. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So actually, both Professor Rai Chaudhuri and the earlier speaker, Mr. Shobhit Bhattacharya, both of them, although they cautioned us about areas where a great deal of improvement is needed, had much to offer in terms of hope. But before we go into that any further, may I request Dr. Jingan to please make his presentation.
I'm okay to just say it. So thank you, Dr. Sarkar, and good afternoon, everyone. I think just building on, some of the very interesting comments and inputs, that the other panelists had. I think there is, clearly no debate about the fact that, study abroad or attracting international students or just the whole mobility, global mobility of students is a large opportunity. It's a large opportunity for all countries, and clearly it's an opportunity for India. If you just think about numbers, more than 5.5 million students actually study abroad and pursue some form of higher or continuing education. And therefore, it just has to be, a large opportunity, for a country like India. I think the problem, and maybe, it's clearly, if you look at numbers, statistics, India is perhaps not, in the top 10, countries that attract, foreign students. But I think it's, to a large degree, possibly attributed to the fact that people don't know enough about, the country, enough about the institutions in the country. Because, again, I think this has been said in multiple sessions before, we've got many of the ingredients. Yes, there are challenges around policy, regulation, and whatnot, but we have many of the ingredients that go towards making India an attractive destination. And I think we must therefore learn from many of the countries. And I mean, while we can maybe argue that countries like the US, countries like the UK, countries like Australia, etc., who are the more prominent destinations for international students, are far better resourced, offer much more attractive career and employment opportunities. I think there is also in recent years, if you look at, many younger destinations, a country like China is a very interesting example. It is the largest provider of international students to universities abroad, but it's also become one of the top 10 destinations for students. And I think there are many such examples, countries like Japan, countries like Ireland, Germany, some of the Nordic countries, which are all, have made good progress over the last 10 years. And I think as a country, there is a lot for us to maybe perhaps learn from and emulate. But I think the overarching message for me is just that, as a system, as a country, we perhaps have many of the ingredients that these countries have, as well, to become, at least to get ourselves on the, the leaderboard, if not the, the absolute leaders commensurate to the size of our country and economy. If I were to just, think about the way forward and look ahead, I mean, I think, we all know there are challenges. We all agree that there is work to be done. But if I just, look at, kind of what the journey ahead, what the road ahead is, I think, clearly, university rankings and quality will remain the primary criteria based on which, students select institutions. And therefore, I think individually, as institutions, collectively as a country, we need to keep making rapid progress, towards, climbing up the charts, in a manner of speaking. I think the three other areas where we probably, which I think where we can, take action, and make cover ground a lot faster is to actually create a very clear, a very coherent, and perhaps a distinctive positioning for India as a destination. And I think that's probably not happening, not being done, entirely. While I agree with, I think the comment one of the earlier speakers made about institutions needing to do this, but if you look at some of the successful systems, countries like Australia, countries like even the UK, you do have government organizations like the Austrade, etc., which are actually building the brand of the country as a destination. And I think this is an area where India needs to really go out and spread the word around the institutes of excellence that already exist in the country, which, again, as all of you know, have provided leadership, talent, and obviously world-class academics, and of course researchers to sort of the leading institutions, and enterprises globally. We are in many ways today the nerve center of a lot of the innovation whether it's technology, whether it's sustainability, with all of the activity around electric vehicles and whatnot, or even kind of, almost new business models. And therefore, I think India is a very interesting place for people to come, learn, especially, given the linkage with employment and employabilities. And I think the third important, aspect that we perhaps, need to, emphasize is just, the relevance of India as perhaps one of the largest markets for almost all categories of consumer and other goods. So again, for anybody wanting to, perhaps be in business in the medium to long term, an understanding of growth markets, developing markets, emerging markets, and innovative models would also be valuable. So I think our positioning really needs to, improve. I think as policy, just from a policy standpoint, the government and the policymakers perhaps need to have a much more coherent, but also, a much more, I would say outcome-driven approach towards, supporting institutions that are looking to attract international students. And I feel there has perhaps been a much more rigid approach there, very ranking driven, very age or vintage driven. And we are seeing, and I mean, we obviously have Dr. Sarkar on the panel. Her university, Ashoka, has been, has done some fabulous work over a short period of time. For various reasons, the university may not be, may not be, in the same ranking, or in the same position. But I think there has to be, I think, a slightly broader set of parameters which are linked to outcomes, which are linked to student experience and the focus thereon, and are linked to just simply desire and ability to attract more students. And obviously the resource commitment that institutions would have, which should drive policy making and support. I think the third area where, again, there's largely a role for government, but I think institutions need to perhaps also step up, is there needs to be a much greater emphasis and focus and resource allocation around, attracting world-class faculty, but also recruiting students globally. So I think, it's not going to happen by simply getting, your name on a website. And I think that's sort of going to be the important point. So a cohesive, coherent, and well-coordinated policy and regulatory framework would, I think, be an important element. I think the third important piece is, of course, going to be activating channels, right? I mean, again, if I think about more undergraduate, but to a large degree, even graduate, students, many of those students make university choices based on advisors, based on guidance counselors, based on counselors and other guidance providers and channels. And I think as a system, as institutions individually, I think we need to, activate many more of those channels to be able to, attract a greater sort of number of students. And then finally, I think, being able to, I think provide almost global, but also world-class employment or, post-study or further study, further education pathways would be kind of the next important element. And I think that's an area where perhaps institutions in India need to cover more ground, right? I mean, I think we need to make sure that there is a much greater emphasis on future pathways, not just domestically, but also at least regionally, if not internationally, which would, go towards that. So I think these are some of the more tactical approaches, some of the more tactical solutions. And all of this, I think, eventually needs to converge into, much more, I would say, vocal, but much more aggressive branding, brand building and outreach, which is clearly an area where, we've got differing levels of focus and also work, that's been done. So I think this is, kind of just, these would be kind of just sort of my kind of some of the initial thoughts, looking at what some of the more successful countries who have obviously managed to attract much larger students have done, as a potential pathway for us to become a much more attractive destination for international students.
Thank you, Dr. Jingan, for drawing attention to the branding, marketing, and these are very, very important factors, and the employability angle that can make India a good higher education destination. May we now have our last panelist of the day, Mr. Tibriwal, to speak to us.
Good evening, everyone. I've been asked to summarize whatever we have discussed today. Whatever we have discussed is very aspirational. India as a destination for foreign students to come and study in our country. Definitely it's an aspiration, and it's very nice that we are actually thinking in those lines. And it's very nice to have such esteemed speakers speak on these issues. The Vice Chancellor Bits Pilani pointed out actually that do we really have the regulatory framework to get international students here? But anyway, that is not the issue. The issue is very nice that we are actually aspiring to and at least thinking in those lines. However, I would like to summarize the day's proceedings as follows. That first and foremost, let me tell you, I have been speaking because I have got more experience in school education than higher education, though we run an engineering college also. So, but I've been to do the same. Okay, I'll speak. Okay. However, let me put it this way: that the I will put it from a different perspective, since I've got more experience in school education and we also run an engineering and architecture college. So a lot of students sometimes get confused with regard to what is studies all about. When they're young, they like to romanticize that, okay, I have to pursue my passion. So they go around trying to pursue their passion, but suddenly they realize that they also need a career. Then they also realize that the career has got to be rewarding. Otherwise, how can you pursue your passion? So all these things then lead to a very difficult choice. And some of the esteemed speakers who have been speaking today are highly talented. So they have the option of choosing the career or choosing the institution where they would like to study, but not every student has that. In the given circumstances, if we see today that a huge number of students are going abroad, why are they going abroad? Often they go abroad because they are unable to get admission in an equivalent institution in India, and they have the money or they have the capability and they are able to get the scholarships. One thing I would like to point out is that a lot of, we have been discussing a lot about liberal arts education, etc. But let me tell you that the strength of India in STEM is something to be proud of, which our esteemed speakers have always, most of the esteemed speakers have pointed out. And in this direction, I would like to tell you that not only we were good at STEM, but the kind of changes in the school curriculum, which the authorities are now bringing about in the last 3 to 4 years, with the kind of question papers which are being set and everything, India will be in a different paradigm in the next 10 years with regards to STEM education. I cannot comment, and actually commerce also. I cannot comment much about humanities because I do not have much idea about that. But let me tell you, the school curriculum in the country is being really improved, and our students who are going abroad are really good. The basic difference, according to me, in foreign institutions and Indian institutions of higher learning is the methodology to evaluate the students. In abroad, the evaluation methodology is very strict. In India, in higher education, sometimes we try to accommodate everybody, and in which case, the methodology of evaluation may not be so strict. And second, and the most important point, in abroad, the connectivity with the industry is very strong. In India, we are not reached there as yet, but let me tell you, as far as correction methodology is concerned, as far as, for example, West Bengal University of Technology, if you are giving an exam, you have to give it under CCTV. So we are really improving our correction, the evaluation methodology. We're really trying to improve our industry connect. And once we are able to do that, I'm sure the brain drain that we've been discussing from the whole day will stop. And not only that, we really hope someday more students from abroad also come and study in our shows. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for bringing a fresh perspective. I think we've had a very interesting session, and primarily the two virtual speakers we had, like me, have had the experience of being in the running of universities and institutions, and the perspective they brought about how to make India a appear to students to be a destination full of opportunities, and how to deal with all of the details which really trouble students: visas, food, language, the living experience, all of these things. So it's not just a great body of knowledge, but also the lived experience that matters in attracting students. So there are many learnings to be taken away from this session. Since we are actually far behind time for the day, I end now by thanking my panelists, one of whom who has left, two are virtual, and one of whom is here on the days with me. So thanks to everyone for your contribution to this session. We have a final session today, which is a summing up of the day's proceedings to be given by Dr. Anirban Chakraborty, Assistant Vice President, Research and Academic Development at Ashoka University. May I now request him to please come up and give that summing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sarkar and the Summit Chair for giving me the opportunity for summing up the sessions for the summit. So what a fascinating day we have with many thought-provoking discussions by eminent scholars, practitioners, industry experts of higher education. So at the beginning, in the inaugural session, with the presence of the Honorable Minister, expert has delivered fascinating talks for setting up the context first for this theme on internationalization of higher education in India. In the first talk, Mr. Jindal emphasized on the trends of globalization and importance of internationalization in the higher education. Mr. Satyam Rao Chaudhuri elaborated the changing scenario of Indian education sector. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us important facts and figures and talked about the potential of our nation in this field. Professor Sarkar, in her talk as the chair to setting up the theme address, very beautifully articulated the definition history of internationalization in relation with the literature of medieval ages. Thank you, ma'am. That was really fascinating as usual. Also, you have mentioned how it evolved in modern world with technology advancement, new regulatory framework, NEP, financial constraint you have mentioned very properly for Indian context. And also you have explained the thought process for creating the panel for this summit. Mr. Hanumara discussed about the global citizenship and advantages of India in global and technology world. Professor Sharma mentioned various activities by AIU and UGC in for promoting internationalization in a comprehensive approach, both in horizontal and also in the vertical manner, linking with increasing GER in the horizontal manner and also in the vertical growth, focusing on the top Indian institute to become the global leaders with global context and focusing on this on the specific area of interest. Then we have the address by the chief guest. Dr. Singh emphasizes a lot on the efficiency enhancement, transparency, accountability, and performance as per the global standard, with keeping in mind the Indian ethos. He provided many information and data through his talk about various government initiatives on the internationalization aspect. Then Dr. Tomar releases the knowledge report by ICC and Ernst & Young. She also gave a very informative talk with a lot of data and numbers with it. The inaugural session ended with a vote of thanks from Mr. Agarwal. One of the important issues, sir, you have mentioned about is internationalization at home. It's a very important topic. Thank you, sir, for that. Then we shifted in the first panel, the internationalization of higher education, setting up the context again. Dr. Puri said about the history of Indian education from Vedic knowledge, then progress of higher education in the colonial era under the British Raj, He emphasized on internationalization, on linking teaching, research, and service to the society. With the three parameters, he mentioned political, economic, and academic. Also, he mentioned 5 strategies articulated by University of Tokyo. It was fascinating to listening the success story of Shulini University with proper plan on research, globalization, with a focus on ranking excellence. Then Professor Dhar focuses on the current status of Indian higher education and shared his experience about the current trends of Indian student he is currently encountering. He also mentioned about the collaboration, teaching, research, industrial partnership, making innovative project affiliation and all of these things. And most importantly, developing international program, joint program, and with taking the advantages of the technologies. We also had a very fascinating talk from Professor Seno. His experiences with various factors like PhD, scholarship, MOUs, research fundings. Thanks to him for showing us the harmony of 3P, very philosophical talk, very nice talk, politics, philosophy, and paradigm, and the way he linked the Indian scholar with it, also mentioning the cycle of thinking from a teaching perspective. Then we had Professor Bashok Chaudhuri. Thank you, sir, for your stories on 1950s, which shows us that modern days international research linking of Indian universities or scientists is not a new thing. His 4-point on internationalization, linking education with country's economy, education from service to market-driven commodity, infrastructural need, and industrial linkages are really very, very crucial. Mr. Yonohara, listening the challenges faced by Japan was very, very interesting for us. Thank you for showing us the positive pathways and processes for future collaboration between these two countries. Not only academic, you have also focused on cultural links. And thanks to Professor Chattopadhyay, who chaired the session very extremely well, sir. Your particular comments on outcome-based education, and you mentioned about global academic community without border was really, really very thought-provoking. Thank you, sir. Then we move into the panel 2. It was for effective strategies on internationalization for India. The panel was chaired by Professor G.D. Sharma. In this panel, Professor Jalote has explained that in India, we have the main challenges in reverse flow of student-faculty exchanges. And we are also lacking, good quality collaborative research project. He focuses on the 3 main goals: capacity, quality, and finances. And he also suggested the strategy need to be broadened, just broaden our horizon, not to stick into limited parameters or limited university. That was his focus mainly. Professor Pillai has mentioned that university's major role is knowledge creation and application, and internationalization is an embedded thing, attached to it. So focusing on the excellence in quality of research will automatically attract people around the globe. He also shared many examples with us. Then Professor Partho Chatterjee explained the micro and macro perspective of internationalization. He focuses on the alignment of internationalization strategy with overall organizational and national goal in a global perspective. He talked about getting into the maturity of our higher education ecosystem to promote internationalization and leveraging our opportunities in a proper manner. We had Dr. Flores mentioned various mega trends, hackathon, models for collaborative project. Her involvement and experiences with IIT Madras and other international collaboration was also really very, very helpful on that. Then we very recently have this 3rd panel, India as an higher education destination to the world. Professor Sarkar chaired this panel. So first we'll listen to Professor Shobhik Bhattacharya. He mentioned about the quality of life, cultural compatibility, law and order are the crucial issues for foreign student, apart from, quality education and employability. Those are the very some of the important issues which we need to think of. Also, he has emphasized not to compromise on the academic rigor in the student recruitment. He gave Vetsvilani's examples very well. Also focusing on the welcoming immigration policy and many other processes and strategy suggested in the government perspective also was really very helpful. Then we have Professor Shomok Raichaudhuri. Professor Raichaudhuri also focuses on the quality ranking, brand building. he talked about a very interesting thing named Milu and networking, which is also very important, and attractive graduate level programs with research and skill development from an Indian perspective. Mr. Jingan mentioned that there is a large opportunity for India, and we have many ingredients for fostering into this field. He suggested a coherent policy approach for dealing with this problem in us. Finally, Mr. Tebriwal emphasized the importance of school education, more flexibilities to the student for choosing their courses, strengths of our STEM education in India, and also important in the evaluation methodology he articulated very properly. So to conclude, Indian higher education sector currently is about with this national education policy with various suggested reform, and it's surely paving the way of internationalization in a major way. And this next 2 to 3 years, maybe 4, 5 years, is very crucial for us, because now we are getting various government regulations which will try to implement this national education policy in our education sector. And we all know that India is a very diverse country. Because of the diversity, perhaps it is not possible to go in a simplified one-way kind of method. So as Professor Jalote mentioned in his research papers very oftenly, that India remains a classic case of confusion of complexity of translational educations. So Professor Sarkar mentioned that we can't ignore the economic relevance for putting these policies into work. So in India, from the starting from our independence, we have a tendency for direct policy borrowing. The policy researcher always say that whatever policy is working in USA or working in UK, let us bring that policy, put it implementation in Indian perspective. And not only in education, in health, everywhere, most of these policies has been failed. The reason is that that policy can't be implemented in an exact way into this diverse, big country. We have various types of universities, various societies, and you can't detach the university from the local society, right? So that's the reason there are a lot of policies, lot of case studies, lot of models, how China is doing it, how Vietnam is doing it. But there is a serious need for this kind of thought process or this kind of brainstorming, that what is the exact policy needed for our own goal, what will serve our own purpose very well. So that is possible mostly through this kind of event. So thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce and all the other partners for giving this platform, bringing this best speaker into this forum. We really have listened everybody, and hopefully from this, some conclusion we will come up, and we'll be able to put some process in the government and the policy level, in the organizational level of the university, in a better way for this internationalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this summing up, we conclude today's session, and we thank all of you for your presence, for your contribution. There's tea, coffee outside. We will end the conference here today. Thank you so much.
Education should not shun this. It should encourage and celebrate this diversity. Learning that leans into the natural tendencies of students is fun, engaging, and has longer retention. DTIA helps advance creativity, collaboration and personalization in education. With DTIA taking care of most of the mundane tasks, teachers have more time to plan creative lessons, delivery techniques and assignments that make students think and use their creativity. They have more time to attend to every student and collaborate with them on a one-on-one level. They can plan activities that nurture collaboration among students. They